I now call the meeting of the Code Enforcement Board to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I think we have a flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to Hillsborough County Code Enforcement Board hearing. When addressing the board, please state your name, address, and speak clearly into the microphone. If you're planning to speak during the hearing, you must sign the speakers list located at the door. Presentations by the county respondent or respondents and opposition must be kept to a maximum of 10 minutes each. The board may recess at 12:30 and reconvene at 1:30 to conclude its business if necessary. The basic process for the hearing is your case will be announced. Ms. Rodriguez will conduct an oath of witness. Staff will present their evidence on your case. You'll be allowed to rebut the evidence and explain what has occurred. I will close the hearing. The board will deliberate, make a decision, vote, and then we'll announce the decision. All decisions are based on the gravity of the violation, action taken by the violator, and the violator's history. The board may ask questions of the following other witness testimony if necessary. The board issues an order of compliance. It is your responsibility to notify code enforcement officer on or before the date ordered to demonstrate that the violation or violations have been corrected. Depending on the order, code enforcement staff may later have to conduct an inspection to see if you've complied. If staff believes you have not, you will receive a notice in the mail. By law, you have 10 days to contest the notice. Otherwise, it will be considered correct and a lien will be placed against your property. If you have any questions, these rules are outlined in Hillsborough County Code Ordinances and Laws, Chapter 14, Article 2, Section 14. Any person who decides to appeal the decision of the Code Enforcement Board will need a record of the proceeding. The record is comprised of testimony and evidence upon which your appeal is based. It is your responsibility to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceeding is made. By law, you have 30 days from the date of the order to appeal the board's decision to circuit court. And before we begin, turn off all electronic devices. And I believe we need a roll call.
Chair Bordenaro?
Here.
Priscilla?
I'm here.
Boland? I'm sorry, did you say here?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Boland? Clayton?
Here. Here.
Lawrenson?
Present.
Wright? Urbaniak?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, it's time to administer the oath.
Will all county staff please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Before we get started, do we have any alternates present that were not called?
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome. First case on the agenda is on page 1, item 2, case number CE 2000-7682, First Cavalry Family Life Ministry, Incorporated. And we have service. This case was continued from a previous hearing. Do you have the case summary?
86.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Rosnell Dufort, 12114, Night, Jasmine Cove, Riverview, Florida, 33579.
Your relationship to this case?
I'm a representative.
Is there anyone else here to speak for this case?
No.
Okay, officer, go ahead.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just a moment. We need to see a photo. Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
Joshua Steen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This property was first inspected on May 22nd, 2020. The property located at 5604 East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33619. At the time of the inspection, the property was tenant occupied and not foreclosure. Violation is improper use of zone.
Okay, sir, what would you like to tell us? This was continued so you could get the proper zoning or permits you needed.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you. I'd like to go over some evidence that I brought with me today.
Okay?
First, Your Honor, I'd like to point out that the date the officer just read and the date that's shown on the violation is totally wrong. The only car that was abandoned on the property was towed on March 19th, 2021 at 3:30 a.m. as outlined in the evidence, Exhibit 2B. It was towed because we have an agreement with Target Towing to tow any vehicle illegally parked on the property. That agreement has been in place since 2019. There were no cars on the lot until the month of May 2021. In fact, the person who was in charge of the zoning of that area made an observation and cited us on 4/30/2021 for accumulations, as outlined in Exhibit 2A. The reason she cited only for accumulation is because that was the only issue at that time.
Wait a minute. You're talking accumulations. We're not here for that. What we're here for is vehicles being parked on that lot. And
I
when we
understand,
were
sir,
here
but I was just
before-
making,
When we were here before, that you all were seeking a change of use from development services. You said you had an application in the hearing for 2021. The case was continued. Do you have the permit?
I understand that, sir, but I'm just making the case that it is believed that we had all this time to fix the issue when we really didn't. The cars were, we started parking cars there on the lot in May, the month of May 2021. And yes, I have been in contact with several people to fix the issue. But unfortunately, due to COVID, all the civil engineers that I called, they were either out of business, backed up. The job was too small for them to take. And I have proof that I've been in contact with different engineers, also outlined in the evidence, Exhibit 6 and 7. So it was not until this week that I finally got a proposal of what it's going to take to change the use. And even with that, it's going to take some time. It's not something that's just going to be done overnight. It's an application that has to be approved. A plan has to be drawn, and then we have to submit it for approval. So it looks like we had all this time, but we really, sir, we really did not. So that's why today I'm asking, from day one, we took this issue very seriously, and we have been working diligently to fix it. However, it takes a lot of time for every step from the pre-submittal hearing to finding an engineer to draw the plan, and even after the plan is submitted, we have to wait for an approval. Like I said, we did not have since 6/16/2020, as the order of continuance suggests. This violation started in May 2021, and everything has been moving so fast that a final judgment has already been issued. The tenants have cars on the lot, and it's not something that they just can easily move without ample notice because they do not have anywhere else to put them. They are a small business creating jobs to help bring back this crazy post-COVID economy. Please be advised this matter is not hazardous nor life-threatening, so we kindly ask that you work with us all as we work urgently to resolve this matter. If you would please grant us extra time and allow the cars to continue to be parked on the lot while we work out a resolution.
Mr. Lorenzen.
Sir, is it your testimony that there are still vehicles parked on the property? My understanding was when we granted the continuance last month, was with a condition.
We can't hear what Mr. Lorenzen is stating.
My microphone is on. Can you hear me now?
Very, very low.
You want to trade me out for another mic? Give us 1 second. We're having a technical difficulty here.
They're gonna need to change his mic out, so give us a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording can hear you.
Thank you very much. So my question back to the owner of the property or representative of the property was, when we granted a continuance last month, it was with a condition that to cease parking of vehicles on it until sale or approval of this permit is granted. Is it your testimony that there are still vehicles on the property?
There are still vehicles on the property because we really did not have enough notice to move all these cars. I mean, they really don't have anywhere else to go put them.
But from the board meeting on July 30th, it's been a month and there's still vehicles?
I'm afraid, Your Honor, the vehicles are still there, yes.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Would someone like to make a motion?
Members of the board, Officer Steen,
Yes.
the site review plan has not been submitted either.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lorenzen.
Be happy to make a motion. I move in case CE 2000768 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 60 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed. And also remain in, as our previous motion, that no cars be parked until it's resolved.
Mark Urbaniak will make a second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You understand, sir? Okay, you have 60 days, $200 a day fine, and you're not to park any vehicles until it's gone through the processing. Next case, please.
Next case is on page 3, item 5, case number CE 203650, Ronnie L. King and Katrina Lam King, and we have service. And this also is a continuance from a previous hearing. Do you have the case summary?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I affirm.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ronnie L. King. My address is 10518 Goldwater Lane, Riverview, Florida, 33578. And I am the owner of this property.
And do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Officer, go ahead.
Joshua Steen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. First inspected property located at 7819 North 50th Street, Tampa, Florida, 33617 on March the 16th of 2020. At the time of the inspection, the property was vacant and not in foreclosure. The following violations were noted: fences, handrails, exterior walls, protective treatment, roofs and parts thereof, stairs, porches, and appurtenances. At the time, as of yesterday, no current permits have been applied for any of the work being done on the property, and no progress has been made on any of the repairs or cleanup of the property. As you can see from the photos and the date stamps, they're taking over a period of several months between them to show you that the property is in exactly the same condition. The temporary fence for safety is still up.
Okay, sir, we've continued this twice. Go ahead and tell us why we should do something this time.
Okay, I have some artifacts if you want to take a look here. In the event here, we have applied to for a building project. That application for the building project was submitted in April 2020. It was on July of the 14th of the same year, 2020, last year, that a hold was placed on our permit that we applied for the building project. With that hold, I was informed by the county that we are no longer to do anything on that property until we secure the proper permitting. So what we've done since then is we have secured the services of George F. Young Incorporated, and we've had a site plan developed. And with that site plan, of course, I had to get some advising on how to go about that. So I contacted the county planning commission, and they gave me advice on what directions to follow. So we did have a site plan developed. With that, George F. Young, they took over the project as far as getting proper permitting and things of that sort. They did submit to get the permit on February the 3rd. The application was submitted for minor site application, 10-day review. With COVID, you have processes taking, I guess, a lot longer than what they normally would take. So what I have is George F. Young has submitted an outline of what their correspondence with county permitting boards from that time until now. And of course, we're going through various hearings. We had to hire a landscape engineer and things of that sort. Having not obtained the permits up until this point, I did reach out to my county commissioner. I emailed her because I need some help. I got code enforcement that I want to comply with. I desperately want to comply with you. But at the same time, I have a hold on a permit where I've been ordered not to do anything until I get clearance. And my concern, I reached out to my commissioner and say, well, I need some help because if I follow one order, I'm in violation of the other one. And they're both with the county, so I need some help, some guidance with this. She did reach back out to me, and she told me she would look into it and have somebody to contact me. So I was contacted last week, actually, and told, well, what I can do, because the house we're planning to have that demolished, you see that in the site plan, it's going to be demolished. They said, well, what I can do is apply separately for a demolition permit. If you notice, there's correspondence where we've gone ahead and taken steps to apply for a demolition permit. In doing so, we have already gotten approval from, I think it's, we've already gotten approval from the telephone company. They've come out, they have to come out and look at it to make sure everything is good for clearance there. We've filed for a certificate of abandonment of the septic tank. So we've gotten, we're working through that. Also, there's TICO, where we're trying to get that clearance. And so we have a process in place. We're working with the county on both sides. Frontier, we've gotten clearance from Frontier. So we have a plan in place. We're working with both sides. Correspondence back and forth with the county for permitting and things is our holdup. I've also gotten a bid on a demolition company. They say they would be able to take care of it for $7,000 for me. We've put more than 40-something, about $50,000 into the project thus far, including connections to city water, city sewage, engineering plans and things of that sort. It's just, and we're desperately working, but it takes time, and the time is trying to get approvals from different county agencies. We've gotten full approval from the city, but that's our dilemma.
Okay, sir, when you contacted the commissioner, did you let the commissioner know that we have, as a board, given you 2 continuances and it will run into a year in December?
I didn't tell you I've gotten 2 continuances, but what I did tell her is that I'm out of compliance and I have a third, well, I probably did tell her we had 2 continuances. Let her know I have a third hearing, but if I have one agency telling me there's a hold and I'm forbidden, and I think I spoke to you about it, and they told me that I'm forbidden to do any more work on the project until I get full clearance, then I want to be in compliance with that, because if I violate that, then that's a problem. But at the same time, if I go ahead and say, well, they told me I got to fix this and start fixing it without proper permitting, then that's also a problem. So what I asked is for some advice on how to proceed. She gave me that advice, and we have begun proceeding in that line of advice that she's provided.
Okay. Members of the board, do you have any questions for this gentleman? Mr. Lorenzen?
Question for the officer, is the temporary or the fencing secure still in place? Is there a life safety issue here?
The temporary fencing, sir, is still in place and secure. However, the property continues to deteriorate significantly, and the permitting.
How do you do that?
The permitting is outside. He could make repairs and clean up the property. It has nothing to do with the permitting. That's for his construction and demolition. Nothing else has been done to the property. The fencing, the permanent fencing hasn't been repaired. The railing on the building in the back, any of those things haven't been done, which are secondary. And to date in the system, there is only one permit showing that was applied for It's an issued status. That's RGB 54301, and it expired on January 10th of 2021. I can find no records of any site plans that were applied for or any other permitting of any kind.
Correction, the fence that was in bad shape, we did remove that more than a year ago. We removed that fence. We went out and took that down. So that fence is no longer there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board members, any other questions? All right, we need a motion. Want to make a motion?
No, I want to ask a question of the representative. How much time do you think it's going to take to get this completed?
Well, I would like to hope 30 days, but, because from the application, they say we wouldn't be able to start demolition until the middle of September. But knowing how things have been going, I would say probably at least 60 days in order to make sure everything is where we need to have it.
Question would be now to the staff, if he secures the permit to get things working in their perspective, would the securing of that permit, would that then bring this into compliance and the work started?
Ms. Carmine Pisano, compliance would be achieved in the first phase of their efforts of what they want to do on the property is through the demolition. So if they obtain the demolition permit, clear the lots, the structures on the property, they would be then thus in compliance, and then they can proceed at their own time on the building of any future structures on the property. So there is no hold on the property that I could find in our system. So I don't know who's telling him that there's a hold. Obtaining a demolition permit would take about 30 days to obtain all the signatures, and then the application can be submitted for the demolition permit. So you're looking at approximately 60 days for all that to be achieved, for everything to be then taken down, because they can make arrangements with a demolition company while the signatures are being obtained either by the property owner or the demolition company. So that's where we stand at this point.
Okay,
Can I speak to the hold? If I can
Mr.
speak
Chair?
to the hold, excuse me.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
All right, I move in a case of CE 2003650, and based on the evidence presented, I find the property in violation of Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator's history, I grant 75 days to come in compliance. Compliance not achieved by the time, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Do we have a second? No second, motion fails. We need another motion.
I have a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Runs.
I move in case CE 2003650 that based on the evidence presented, we continue this case for 60 days.
Mr. Urbaniak seconds.
Okay, we have a continuation for 60 days. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Arnaro,
No.
Brazilla,
No.
Clayton,
Yes.
Lawrenson,
Yes.
Urbaniak,
Yes.
Wright,
She's not here.
thank you. All right, motion carried. 3-2. Bordenaro and Versilla voted no.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we'll schedule it for the October 26th hearing.
I'm sure that's what he meant to say.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Let's go on with the next case, please.
Next case is on page 3, item 6, case number CE 1901983, Pine Key Tampa Bay LLC, and we have service. This is another continuance from a previous hearing. Do you have the case summary? We have some people that signed up.
We have the summary.
Yes, we have the summary.
Thank you. Can I see somebody? Who's,
Peggy, Jonathan, and Cole.
Peggy's here. I'll speak.
will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you. In just a moment while we see a photo. Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes.
And can I ask everyone's relationship? Peggy Matthews?
Okay, I'm a marine biologist. I'm the environmental and the government relations director, and I'm also an owner.
Jonathan McHenry?
I'm an owner of the property as well.
Paul Weaver?
Owner of the property.
Thank you.
Okay, officer.
Good morning. I'm Code Officer Carmine Pisano with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The property is in question is identified as One Beer Can Island with the folio number 051-459.0000. This case was first initiated on January 17th, 2020. On 4/30/2021, this case was last reviewed by the Code Board to update the board on the process of obtaining a land designation use with the comprehensive plan policy and review. In preparation for this upcoming code board hearing, I reached out to county agencies to obtain an update on the progress of Pine Key Tampa Bay LLC, the operators of Bear Can Island. Tony Garcia with the comprehensive plan policy and review advised there was a plan amendment application submitted as part of the July 2021 plan amendment cycle. This is the first stage of the plan review. The Planning Commission will brief the County Commission on the request and location. They will answer questions posed, but no action will be taken at that time. The plan amendment is projected to go before the Planning Commission for a hearing and consistency determination on 10/4/2021. Subsequently, it is scheduled to go before the BOCC for adoption consideration on 10/21/2021. I then reached out to Development Service to inquire if the operator submitted a rezoning request. This was not required, but the BOCC may request that both be reviewed at the same time. It is, although it is not a requirement, it is encouraged to do that so it would not cause any further delay. I reached out to Joe Moretta with Development Service. He advised that Peggy Matthews submitted a rezoning pre-submittal meeting request. The meeting was held on 4/28/21, and at this time, they did not have a formal PD application in-house under review. That's where we stand at this point.
Okay, my question is, are they zoned?
You asked, are
I'd
they
like to
zoned?
answer.
No, I'm asking Mr. Pisano.
You asked, are they zoned?
Correct.
No, the zoning cannot be obtained until the comprehensive plan policy gives it a land designation use. And at that time, they can pursue the zoning. They are on track, and they have conducted their activities as requested by the board at this time. The agenda is quite slow and considering the circumstances. So we will not have an adoption or a final decision by the BOCC, and the earliest would be 10/21/21, bearing any unknown delays.
I guess my question is more, why would you put in a site development plan, and why would they fall under the permitting when we have no zone to say what's permitted?
Well, that's the situation that we came to from the beginning. The island had no land designation use or zoning at the time. And to achieve proper approval for the activities on the island, they would first have to go through this process and then submit the site development plan in the end result. So yes, their objective would be to get the land designation use and zoning to meet the activities that they are doing out there or plan to do, and thus there should be no delay, just the processing for the site development review and plan.
Okay,
Can I ask one question?
go ahead, Mr. Priscilla.
Mr. Carmine, the question being, you're putting the burden of them.
We can't hear Mr. Versilla.
Carmine, you have put the burden, or what I understand from what I can hear, on the owners of this island to secure the zoning. Why would that be incumbent on them?
That has already been decided upon in in the initial hearing through the presentation from attorneys from both sides and the final ruling by the board. So your question would be back to I'm sorry, but it at this point in position, it is of no relevance. We were ordered to proceed with and working with the owners to have them basically guide them through the comprehensive plan application so they can proceed with bringing the island into compliance. And I believe that direction was given. They were led to be in touch with specific individuals with the comprehensive plan board, and they are doing what was ruled for the activities to occur.
Okay. Can we briefly hear from one of the members of the owners, or who wants to be the spokesperson for them?
Yes, this is Peggy Matthews. I'm located at 1520 Big Skyway, Tallahassee, Florida. And the situation was, as we were directed, because the island does not have a land use designation. Without a land use designation, you cannot get zoning. We are in the process of do the land use designation, which we have to secure a land use designation before we can go to rezoning, because we would not know the type of zoning we could apply for, that it would fit under the land use designation that has been applied. The current situation is Wednesday. There was a Board of County Commissioners workshop where the project was presented, and it's moving forward there. And the next step is September 14th. It goes to the Planning Commission for a workshop. And following those, we will have public hearings. And then as Carmine mentioned, the adoption is in December by the Board of County Commissioners.
So
We
it'll
are
be,
proceeding as fast as we can.
it'll go before the Board of County Commissioners in December. Is that what you're
Yes, sir.
saying? Okay.
Yes, sir, that's the schedule.
Okay, Mr. Ubanky, would you like to, sure, whatever?
This is Board Member Urbaniak. I'd like to make a motion. Move in case CE 19019823 for a continuance of 60 days in this matter.
60's not enough, is it?
I'll second that motion. Lorenzen, for purpose of discussion, my understanding from Mr. Pisano's testimony was that there was a BOCC meeting regarding this project on 10/21/21, which would be before our 60-day meeting of October 26th, which gives them an opportunity to come back and tell us what happened at the BOCC meeting. Understanding adoption isn't until December, but they can give us an update on what happened at the meeting. So that's kind
That's right,
of
at 60
my
days.
thought process.
Is that your
60
motion?
days.
Yeah, I'm fine with 60
Stay
days.
with 60 days?
Yeah.
Okay.
I still second that motion.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion is it's going to be continued for 60 days till they see the Board of County Commissioners. We fine? Okay. It's unanimous. Next case, please.
Next case is on page 4, item 7, case number CE 21003977, Innova Investment Group LLC and Azaro Exia LLC, and we have service. And this also is a continued case from a previous hearing. Do you have the case summary?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And we have someone here speaking virtually.
Matthew?
Yes, good morning.
Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Although I don't expect that there's going to be any testimony because everything is pretty much undisputed.
Okay,
do
will
have
you
a
please
court
just
reporter
state
here.
your name and address for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Matthew Estevez, 9600 Northwest 25th Street, Suite 2A, Doral, Florida 33172.
And what is
And
your
I am the-
relationship to this case?
I am the attorney for the respondents,
Thank you. Do we have a photo?
and we have a court reporter.
Okay, and do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Morning, Brian Lance, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This property was cited back on March 25th of 2021 by the county, 1335 Windsor Way, which is in Clermell. They're in violation of County Ordinance 0959, failed to register a foreclosed property with ProChamps and failure to register a local agent or property manager with ProChamps. My last inspection to the property was on the 23rd. And as of this morning, property is still not registered. And when it was deeded over to Innova Investment Group in 2016, none of those years, twice a year since it was amended in 2017, none of the fees have been paid since 2016 when Innova took it over.
Okay, Counselor.
Okay, I have a couple of arguments that I'd like to present very briefly. One is this foreclosure was started in September of 2014, and the deed that the code enforcement officer just referenced was the certificate of title issued on behalf of the clerk of court on February 19th, 2016. All of this is a matter of public record. The Florida statutes has a statute of limitations on bringing actions, and the first argument that I have is that this is way outside of the boundaries of the statute of limitations. Specifically, the statute of limitations that I'm citing is 9511(3) subsection P, which is a 4-year catch-all statute of limitations for all actions brought. You have a CT, a certificate of title, issued in 2016, and you have a code enforcement action that's brought in 2021, way outside of the 4-year statute of limitations. This action is barred. That's the first argument. The second argument is that really this is more of something that I hope will persuade the board from a policy standpoint. There's no question that this law is passed, properly in terms of the process. But this law was passed back when we had a foreclosure crisis, and the whole purpose of the law was to make sure that we didn't have blighted properties during a foreclosure process. You have an absent bank that's not doing anything, not foreclosing, etc. My client is a small business that buys loans, forecloses on them, and then he keeps the properties forever. He has no plans of selling the properties. So this statute, or this code enforcement, or this code essentially saddles my client with a property tax, because every year he's getting hit with a $200 fee forever. When the reality of the situation is that this property is not in foreclosure, it's not blighted. You saw the picture, there's nothing wrong with the property. It's in full compliance, there's a tenant living there. So this is a complete a misapplication of this statute, or of this code enforcement provision. There's no policy that is furthered through this. When you've had this is not in foreclosure. It's a fantasy to say that this is in foreclosure. It hasn't been in foreclosure since 2016, right after President Trump took office. So this is barred. It's not fair, and I would argue it's not constitutional based on my argument that it's essentially a tax that saddles this property owner very differently from any other property owner in the county, and that's what I have. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor, so what you're saying is this piece of property, for lack of better words, the gentleman just likes it, he's keeping it up, he's not selling it, not renting it. All he's doing is keeping it up, so you're saying it does not fall under where property needs to be registered. That's your argument?
Well, there's one thing that you stated that's not correct. He is renting it, but everything else that you said is correct. However, I'm saying that this code, this provision is unconstitutional because it's just a tax. At the end of the day, it's a tax that has no legal basis under the Florida statutes. I'm sure that that your position or the county's position would be that, well, no, it's not a tax, it's a code enforcement fine. But when this property owner, who has every right to keep this property forever, he does not have to sell it, and he has no intention to sell it. If you're going to hit him with a $200 fine every year for the rest of eternity under this code, that's a tax. And so I'm saying that this is an unlawful tax. I'm challenging the constitutionality of that provision as it's applied. I'm not saying that we don't fall within the language of the code. I think that's what you're getting at, and that's not my argument. We under that code, we do have to register. Under that code, we did not register. That's a fact. What I'm arguing is that this is a complete misapplication of the law under these circumstances. This is a taxation of a citizen, that he's saddled with this for the rest of eternity. And that is not the policy that drove this legislation. The legislation was to protect the community from blighted properties. That is not a blighted property. It's rented and it's well maintained. There are no citations. There's no problem with that property as far as I can tell. I mean, legally, we don't have any citations. It's just failure to register with this third party that makes money, $200 a year for really doing nothing. And it's a money-making project. Nothing wrong with making money, but this is misapplied.
Okay, Miss Murphy.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I did hear.
Okay.
Hi, good morning.
It-
Good morning. I did hear the argument about Chapter 95.11. I did pull an Attorney General's opinion, which basically states that that statute does not bar criminal, I guess, code enforcement violations. So it's Attorney General opinion 8983. We can talk about it some more if, if the attorney chooses to speak with me directly, but my position is that is not applicable to this matter.
Well, I would like to cite I haven't had a chance to read that, but I would like to cite 95.011, which is the applicability of limitation of actions. In other words, the applicability of a statute of limitations. How does this apply? And it specifically states that it defines action as any action brought by a state, public officer, political subdivision of the state, a municipality, a public corporation or body, corporate. So I would argue that under the plain language of statute, which would trump any Attorney General opinion, the 2021 statute 95.011, it absolutely does apply to this case that is more than 5 years past the time limit.
Okay, and the opinion by the Attorney General says, or any other provision of statute of limitations does not apply to code enforcement matters. So that is my position at this point.
Mr. Lorenzen, did you have a question?
No, that answered my question. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Vasilla.
The question being now, is this property in foreclosure or not?
No, it hasn't been. May I respond?
Yeah.
The property has not been in foreclosure since 2016, and it's been rented out by my client who intends to keep the property forever.
This is Mr. Lorenzen. I guess my question is for county staff then, if that's the case, why are we here with this violation? What is the county position? Mr. Pisano?
I don't have an answer at this moment for you on that. The officer who initiated this case is no longer with us. I'm trying to seek up.
Or this is Brian Lance. According to Officer Carr's notes, when Inova purchased the property on February 24th, 2016, they're required to keep the property's registration current until they are no longer listed as the owner of the property, according to the property appraiser's office. And they're cited under county ordinance.
I'd be happy to
I'm
make a
prepared to
motion.
make a motion.
Sure.
If I could just say one more thing before the motion, very briefly.
Go ahead.
The other problem is that we're unaware of what exactly is being charged. There's no monetary amount that's been presented to us, so it's sort of a blank check, so to speak, of what exactly is required. And I believe that the reason that this is brought is because the ProChamps, which is the vendor, wants to get paid. And so ProChamps, I'm sure, pushes this thing forward but they should have pushed it 5 years ago. They would have had more luck in that situation. Now we've got a snowball effect, and it's going to go all the way into the future, ad infinitum. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm prepared to make a motion in this case, and I just find in the case of CE 21003977 that there is no evidence to support the case and that be dismissed and that the attorneys get together on it.
Second, Clayton.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This case is dismissed. Board wants to, if the staff wants to reopen after consulting with the attorney, they're welcome to. Thank you. Your next case.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Next case is on page 4, item 8, case number CE 190185524, Deanna Morphy and Gerald Lancaster. And we have service. Again, this is a continued case from a previous hearing. Do you have the case summary?
We have the case summary. Thank you.
Thank you. And is Mr. David Wright present?
I'm online.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, board members. My name is David Wright, president of TSP Companies. Our address is P.O. Box 1016, Tampa, Florida 33601.
And what is your relationship to this case?
I am the authorized agent and also the planner that is assisting with the development of a plan development rezoning application.
Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Officer, go ahead.
Steve Favors, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Case number CE 19018524. Property located at 16601 Boy Scout Road, Odessa, Florida 33556. Owned by Dana Morfitt. The property is not in foreclosure. It was first inspected November the 14th, 2019. During the inspection, the site was cited for site development review plan required as it was operating a business off the property. I conducted another site visit of the property on my final inspection on August the 24th, 2021. The property is still in violation. The violator in this case actually met with Hillsborough County to file a site review plan, and that was back in February of 2021. February the 9th, 2021, they filed a review plan on that. And as I indicated, they met with Hillsborough County Development Service, but as of this date, being August the 24th, 2021, the shortcoming of the case is that during the review with Hillsborough County, they was given some requirements that they needed to meet, and they have failed to meet those requirements. So therefore, the property as of today has not been approved. And some of the requirements that they needed to meet include the natural resource, site engineering, zoning, and transportation. That's it.
Okay. All right, for the respondent, do you have the site development plan?
We submitted the site development plan. As Mr. Favors indicated, we did submit a site development plan application February 9th of this year. During the review of that application and with working with staff, we determined that it was not going to be possible for us to meet some of the requirements of that conditional use permit. Therefore, we've been looking at other alternatives, including possibly working with county staff to do a land development code amendment or file a PD zoning application. And we last were before you in June. Our attorney was here in my place, and he explained that we were going to be choosing one of those options. Since that time, we've met with county management, development services, and determined that probably best for us to file the planned development zoning application. And I've been working on that with David Fuchson, civil engineer, Mike Razor, Razor Transportation Consulting, to get that together. It's just we don't have it completely ready to submit yet. The next filing deadline for the PD zoning application is November 16th. We plan to make that deadline. If once we make that deadline, the zoning hearing, master hearing for that application would be December 13th, with a Board of County Commissioners land use meeting on February 8th. I would like to point out that the original code violation was that we needed to file a site plan application for the conditional use of a public stable on the property. We have done that. There's also a violation for a commercial sign that was not permitted. That sign has been taken down. The property owner at first, I mean, I acknowledge this case has gone on for quite some time, and I have not been involved with this case except since the beginning of this year. Prior to that, I know there was a lot of confusion. A property owner was working through a real estate attorney who may not have been giving her the greatest advice. She did not really understand what her obligations were in this regard. Once I got involved, I explained to her that she's definitely not in compliance and the processes that she could go through to become in compliance. Since then, we acknowledge that she's not in compliance and that we are trying to take the steps to bring the property in compliance through a rezoning of the property. And I guess what I'm here for is if I could have at least 30 days additional time to get the PD zoning application submitted, with the acknowledgement that once that is submitted by the 16th of September, we do have the zoning processing schedule, which would be a ZHM on 12/13 and a board meeting on February 8th.
Okay, but during this time, you were gonna cease operation of what you needed the site plan for? Or you just want to continue doing, this is going on to 2 years.
Well, I believe that we will be able to process the rezoning to allow the operation to continue. So I'm requesting a continuance at this time.
Okay, you're requesting the continuance. My question was, did you still plan to run whatever you're running that puts you in violation?
I'm sorry, I thought I answered that question. Yes, we would like to continue running. We would request a continuance to allow us to process the PD zoning application that would bring this site into compliance.
Okay. Board members, any questions? We need a motion.
I'd be happy to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I move in case C 190185524, based on the evidence presented, that we continue this case for 30 days to the September 24th hearing.
Urbaniak will second.
September 24th. My motion would allow them to run the business and come back and report to us on September 24th. If there hasn't been any progress to that at that point, then we can take another direction.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You have 30 days, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next case, please.
Next case is on page 6, item 12. Case number CE 200-17737, Real Can Tampa LLC, and we have service. And someone has signed up for this? Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
My name is Philip Mundiamko, and the company address is 8801 Crestview Drive, Tampa, Florida 33604.
What is your address?
Mine is 3508 Nakora Drive, Tampa, Florida 33618.
And your relationship to this case?
I'm one of the owners of the company.
Ma'am, Are you here to give testimony? Okay, I'll get you next. Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer Ippolito Padilla, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case came to code enforcement on 12/2/2020. Where to begin? If the tenant had some concerns about some things in the unit, which those are one of them. Water, heating facilities, interior surfaces, floors and walls, sink-based cabinets. Problem with this case is there was an eviction order in place, eviction order 20CC066067. And during that time, the eviction moratorium was going on. So that kind of put a halt on them coming in and making some repairs. Also, there was an issue with the tenant allowing them to come make the repairs. So there was a holdup. This has been going back and forth. There was a motion on 3/31/2021 that the temporary order to stay for the tenant had expired. And also the lease for the tenant was over 4/30/21. But they have not been in there to fix anything because the tenant will not allow them to go in and make the necessary repair. So that's where we are right now. The tenant is still there as of 8/24/2021 when I took those pictures.
Actually, like currently, the tenants, Officer Padilla has been working with us nicely, and he's given us extensions. But like, we got the execution for the writ technically back in December of 2020. She hasn't made a rent payment since June. Like her balance is from June of 2020, so she currently owes us $15,700. So her lease expired back in back in April 30th, 2021. And she's currently living there sort of in a squatting place, saying that we're not doing anything, but she's not looking for a different place to live. She's just remaining and trying to make our lives a living hell over there.
Do we have anybody else that wants to speak?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we can't
Can you
see
just slide
from here.
over? Ma'am, can you please come up? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jerica Stoll, 8701 Spring Tree Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33637.
And you are?
The tenant.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
You can give testimony.
Okay.
I do not agree with some of the things that have been said. I have been looking for another place to live, but because I have the eviction on my record, nobody wants to rent to me. I have called a numerous amount of organizations for help with being homeless. I've tried to apply for rental assistance, and the property manager wouldn't fill out any of the paperwork. I applied for the R3 program, and it took 3 weeks and more to even get a denial, and I applied again. I had the hearing on April 14th for court, and they told me to continue to apply, and that's what I did. I have not let anyone not come in my home. I have been very cooperative, and on December 21st, I believe it was, I reported them to the BBB, and they said that I was not one of their tenants, and I had the wrong landlord stated, and if I did in fact have mold, that I should just move out instead of asking to stay continuously. I have two minor children in the home, and I have nowhere else to go. I have no family, no nothing. So I am literally doing everything I possibly can. I lost my job in June, and I only get a limited amount of income. So I am doing everything I possibly can to move out of there and abide by their needs.
Okay, ma'am. Have you paid them since June?
The last time I paid them was, I have a rent receipt from July.
Yeah, July 1st.
Okay, so you owe them about $15,000.
You'll get an opportunity. Okay.
Yes. But I've
Yes.
applied for, multiple,
Okay. But
rental assistant.
what I'm trying to say is, you're saying other people won't rent to you. Well, you're not paying your rent now. What makes you think they're going to think you're going to pay rent?
Well, I lost my job and I've had numerous amount of health issues, and I've been trying to handle those and get everything in order. But like I said, I've been applying for rental assistance to get the help to pay back the amount that I owe. It wasn't about not paying them. It was about that I lost my job and I got sick and that they weren't fixing anything.
Mr. Vasilla.
Hippo, got a question for you. The items that you have here cited as violations now, are they life-threatening or, you know, anything that needs to be accomplished or corrected ASAP?
Well, as you can see in one of those photos, especially at the wall, there's some substance on that wall and on that heater. And then that could be possibly a health issue.
Okay, the only comment I have regarding is whether the rent's paid or not, it's a violation and, you know, landlord's still theoretically responsible. I'm sorry. But she can find a job. There's plenty of them out there.
Are you
Sir,
allowing
you
the
can switch
landlord to
places.
come in? Are you allowing the landlord to come in and fix the repairs?
So we've actually tried to do it originally back in January. We went and knocked on the door, but she didn't open the door. I don't know if she was not there, but I don't want to do anything because we had originally gotten.
But whether you want to do anything or not is
Oh, no, I
not really
understand
your
that.
choice.
Yes, but
What I'm asking her, not you, is, ma'am, are you going to let them into that apartment to fix the repairs? Ma'am?
Yes, I will let them in, and I let them in on December 10th, when they told me to make sure I had everything removed from my kitchen cabinets and my bathroom cabinets, as they were gonna come in and replace everything. And I did so, and I actually had my children go somewhere else so they could do the repairs without having any interruptions, and they did not come back.
Okay, so there are repairs that are not done, and yet you are willing to let them make the repairs.
Yes.
Okay. Members of the board, do you have any questions?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Binion.
Go ahead.
I move in case number CE.
So like she has been constantly asking.
Sir.
Oh, sorry.
They're in the middle of a motion and we cannot hear whoever's speaking.
This
Make
is
sure your
Mr.
mic is
Baniak.
on.
Yes, it's on. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, great. I move in case CE 2001-7737 that based on the evidence presented, I find the properties in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of this violation, the action taken by the violator and the violator's history, that I grant 30 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Y'all have 30 days to repair her apartment.
Am I able to
You're
respond?
done.
Because
We're done. Next case, please.
Next case is on page 7, item 13, case number CE 210102828, Jesus Hernandez. And we have service, and we have someone here virtually. Anna Rodriguez, can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Anna. My last name is Rodriguez. My address is 712 River Point Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33619.
And your relationship to this case?
I am the tenant.
Thank you. Do you recognize that photo as the property?
I do.
Thank you.
Officer? If an officer's talking, we can't hear in here.
The officer is not here. There was a mistaken thing, but I'm aware and familiar with the case. This issue started back on August 2nd, 2021, where a complaint came in from the tenant about the landlord that she leases this unit from that sits off to the corner of this mobile home. The question about the unit itself lies in the hands of development services. You can't build off of a mobile home and have a woman living in a shed. He more or less has shut her electric off from inside the main unit to which he lives in, and there are other activities that go on. She has lived in this extension type shed off the side of the main unit of the mobile home. And from our understanding, she has access to the kitchen and the restroom facilities inside the main unit. But when he gets upset with her, according to the tenant to which you would give testimony to, he deprives her of use of the facilities and as well as shutting her electric off. So that's where we stand
Let me
at this
interrupt
point.
you for 1 second, please. The picture we're looking at here, it says 712, no, back it up because now you're 712 River Point Drive. On our agenda, it says 411 River Bay Drive. Are we talking about the same thing?
I'd have to pull up the case. The River Bay Drive may be the primary address to the community, and the 712 River Point Drive would be the actual location within the community.
Just so we know what we're looking at here.
Okay. Stand by, please. We're going to confirm something.
Okay.
I'm looking at the conditions, and the conditions does have the 712 River Point.
The agenda is missing the exact location. Is
Stephen Saucer, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement.
So 712 River Point Drive is a private roadway within the folio that is on the agenda.
Okay. Then go ahead and continue.
Um, The rest of the testimony will be from the tenant at this point.
Okay, go ahead.
Do I speak, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Hi, Your Honor. My name is Yana Rodriguez, and I've been living at River Point Drive for close to 9 months. It's not a shed. A lot of the mobile homes there, it's a nice park, have add-ons and additions. I have no access. That picture you're looking at right there, so you see where the truck is, the silver truck to the right? That the carport, his entrance is underneath that carport. In front of the house, that entrance you see right there is my entrance. We do not share a bathroom. We do not share an apartment. I have my own entrance, my own bathroom, my own kitchen, and my own living room slash, bedroom. It was a big efficiency. It's not a shed. It was my home. And I've always paid my rent. I've always did everything there, but he wasn't doing things like keeping up with the place, but it was a very nice place. But what happened was he was accused of rape, and that's why he wanted to evict me. He turned off all my utilities, and I called Tico, and Tico came out, and they say that there's power to the box, but he's turned it off in his home, like the main breakers in his house. He does a lot of things. I'm sorry that I can't pull up pictures to show you, but I have pictures constantly. He changes my locks. He turns off the water. I have no.
Anna, you froze on us. Anna, can you hear me?
This is, I didn't even know that it was illegal. That apartment was advertised. And that's how I found it, was, advertised. And he's just doing a lot of things, and he just says that I don't exist. And, just everything and anything to make it very uncomfortable in the home. The light, I can't turn on the light because there's only one meter thing. So I would have to pay for a meter and all that stuff. But I can't afford that, and then the water also, it comes included. The thing is on his side, so I can't put water on either. So this has been going on now for a while, but August 1st is when he turned off everything completely. And code enforcement has been out there several times. They have spoken to him. The cops have also been there, and he just will not, he doesn't care. He just says, no, my house, and walk away.
Okay,
That's
ma'am,
about it.
do you have a contract with him?
I do not, sir.
So
A verbal
we
contract.
do not know whether the electric and water is included with your rent or is not included with your rent. We don't know.
You don't know, correct, but it is. But you're right. You don't know.
You don't have proof that the electric, he is supposed to provide it.
Correct.
Okay.
But I can't call Tico to come turn it on because there's only one meter that runs both the households.
So Tico won't put up another pole and another meter?
No. So I didn't know this, but no, I would need permission from the park, from River Bay. And I'm not supposed to be there according to them, but all this happened. So legally I'm not supposed to be there. So I can't do that. There's only one meter, and there is power coming to my home. I have my own breaker box, but the main breaker box is in his home. and he just turns off my side of the house. Yeah, they won't come out and, and just put a pole
Okay.
up or,
All right.
Okay,
Mr. Lorenzen, you have a question.
For the staff. Carmine, can you clarify for me what the violation is? Is it that the electrical is not allowed in this accessory dwelling that's attached?
The Stephen Saucer, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement again. The part that she's referring to, she does not have totally independent electricity. She's getting part of her electricity from the mobile home, and so she does not have totally independent facilities for where she is living. And the owner in the main mobile home has turned it off on the inside. So there's other concerns that are going on with this property. And then also to my left is Officer Carter, and he was there a couple of days ago, and he met the tenant, and I'll let him testify to what he was able to see in his interaction with her.
Guy Carter, Officer, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. As Supervisor Stacier stated, Officer Leon was the originating officer. I went out on Wednesday to meet with the tenant to try to gain a better understanding of what's going on to present the case today. And I met with the tenant, Ms. Rodriguez, but she was not able to let me inside the apartment. She couldn't find the right key. So I don't know how much that's going to add to the judgment here, but I just wanted to just make that statement that I did meet with Ms. Rodriguez, but I did not get a chance to see the inside of the apartment or dwelling.
Okay, and just to reiterate my question to the staff, can you please identify for me what the violation is? Are we saying that electrical is not allowed in this accessory structure? Are we saying, because we're citing the owner of the trailer, not the tenant. So what is actually the violation?
She does not have independent electricity for her dwelling. Because
So the
part of it is
violation is that he is not providing electricity to her accessory dwelling. Her accessory dwelling is allowed, and he as the owner is not providing it.
well, the whole thing about the living space there being, whether it's allowed or not, that's another issue that we're looking into at this point. That has not been addressed by us at this point, but that's going to be looked into. As far as her electricity, it is not totally independent from the other, from the mobile home itself. And it's being turned off subjectively by the owner. And she doesn't.
I understand that it's being turned off. I guess maybe I'm not asking the question correctly. Maybe one of my fellow board members can ask it. I'm trying to understand where the liability is here. Or is it the issue that the tenant and landlord have an issue, and because of this conflict, we're involved from electrical standpoint only, and you haven't done anything regarding potential other violations?
That's correct. We are only here for the electrical facilities. As far as the other things, they have not been addressed yet, and we are looking into them.
Thank you.
Okay, officer. Does the owner have the legal responsibility to provide the person in the accessory dwelling with electricity?
Yes.
They're obligated even though there's no contract.
Correct.
So if I rent an apartment, I can tell those people at the apartment complex, you're paying my electric.
Depending
or
on
providing it for me.
That would depend on the lease agreement. For this
Okay,
particular.
we don't have an agreement here.
We have a verbal agreement automatically, whether there's in writing or not, it's a verbal agreement. And absent any written specifics, we have to go with the verbal understanding of it.
Okay, so you both agree that there was a verbal agreement that she's provided with electricity. Is that true, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. On the respondent side, is that true? You have a verbal agreement? Do we have the respondent even here? Just the two. Okay.
Your,
Go ahead, Mr. Vasilla.
Your Honor,
I'm still thoroughly confused as to what the violation is. I mean, if somebody's responsible to pay for electricity, that's between them.
I believe it's a civil matter myself,
Yeah.
but they've brought it before us.
Why is it code violation?
And ma'am, earlier you stated you're there illegally.
I know, I was not aware that it was illegal. That's what code enforcement tells me. They tell me that it's illegal. I would like to, sir, Your Honor, that officer that just spoke, I met him on Wednesday because the original officer on the case is on vacation. He came to my home and he's right, I couldn't get in because he wants to again change my locks. But Your Honor, he left, called me yesterday. I called him yesterday and he told me not to come to court today because the respondent was sick. And I decided to go anyway to this hearing. And I'm texting him and I'm calling him and I'm wondering, why did he tell me not to go to court today and that the respondent was sick? I'm having a lot of issues with them. They never came into the home, only Miss Leslie. The home has its own breaker box. It has its own. What I don't have is the meter. And I don't think that it's illegal. It's a full apartment and I don't know how to
Okay.
upload pictures to this thing, sir. I wish I could put the pictures up, but I have plenty of pictures myself.
Okay, we're done, ma'am, as far as that goes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
The mobile home park, do they or do they not allow what's going on?
What's the question?
Does the mobile home park allow you to live there?
I do not know.
Yeah.
I do not know what the mobile home park rules are.
Ma'am,
Yes. Yes, Your
the
Honor.
park, do they allow you to live there?
Yes.
Do they-
There's
do they-
300 mobile homes and I tell you more than half have add-ons, if not more. They've never came to me with anything.
It didn't answer me.
They've never came to me with anything, sir.
Okay. Mr. Lawrenson, do you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move in case CE 21010828, the base name is presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances, listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 21 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $150 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Opposed?
All right, roll call.
Bordenaro,
Opposed?
Versilla,
Opposed?
Clayton,
Yes.
Lorenzen,
Yes.
Urbaniak.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
Thank you. All right, next case, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case is on page 8, item 15, case number CE 200-15339, Michael R. Steinbeck and Leanne Steinbeck. And we have service. Please come forward. Can you both raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please, one by one, state your name and address for the record.
Michael Steinbach, 12746 Trucius Place, Tampa, Florida, 33625.
Ma'am, she needs to speak in the mic.
Leanne Steinbach, 12746 Trucius Place, Tampa, Florida, 33625.
And do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Code Officer Hernandez. I work with Hillsborough County Code. I'm here to represent the case CE 200-15339, which was inspected on 10/8/2020 for the property located at 12746 Trucius Place. The property at the point in time when inspected was owner occupied and not in foreclosure. It was based on complaint driven. The property was cited for overgrowth and the accumulations to include a large dead tree along the backyard area, as shown in the pictures. Contact throughout the inspection periods was made with the owner. He was provided information as to why and the reasons for the violations cited. Probably the last contact made was on 8/16/2021, and the pictures were taken last 8/19/2021, and that's the current condition of the property.
Okay. Respondent?
I can't understand you. What?
He says you could go ahead and start
It's
giving
your
your
turn.
testimony.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, we have made tremendous progress on this now. The backyard has been pretty well totally cleared. And the front yard, also the gardens, most of them have been completed except for the front of the house. The reason they aren't complete is I had a lot of contractual problems with trying to hire someone to do the backyard because of the cost and just trying to get them to complete what they said they would. And the front yard isn't complete because I'm doing that myself and I'm not a 24-year-old anymore. It's taken me a while. But these pictures don't represent what it looks like today. Mr. Ramon was there, I think, on the 16th, and I think most of the work has been done probably since the 17th on.
Okay, sir, how long do you think you're gonna need to finish that up?
Well, I have a meeting with the person who's supposed to clean the back and sides of my yard today. And I should be able to finish my portion within a couple of weeks. Now,
Okay.
what I'd like to do is meet our inspector at the site so that I can make sure that I can tell the contractor in the backyard to do everything that I'm going to have required.
Okay. Ms. Clayton, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion on case CE 2001539. That based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 a day be assessed.
Second.
Now with Mr. Vasilla second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You have 30 days, sir. Next case.
When would you?
Next case is on page 8, item 16, case number CE 200-15693, Sheila Dawn Norman, and we have service. Ma'am, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
State your name and address for the record.
Sheila Dawn Norman, 12505 Alexandria Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33625.
And do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Code Officer Hernandez. I work for Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On 10/16/2020, I responded to a complaint for the property located at 12505 Alexandria Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33625. At the time of inspection, the property was cited for accumulations, overgrowth, fence conditions, nuisance condition, pool sanitation, and address posted. No address posted. As the pictures will show in the preview. Throughout my attempts, I've left door hangers to make contact with the owner. At one point, around November 13th, I did ring the doorbell. The owner occupant did step out briefly, but we, refused to talk. I tried to explain what was going on, so I still left door hangers. My last inspection, around 8/18/2021, I went by the property again. As the pictures we show, conditions remain, and I also left another door hanger for today's hearing.
Okay, the respondent?
Yes, door hangers are not a good way to get in touch with me. Someone steals it almost immediately. I got a couple with perverted cartoons on them.
Wait a minute, ma'am.
Yes.
How would you know somebody stole the door hanger immediately?
Well, because when I come home, it's not there anymore, and there's a little yellow remnant. Anyway.
Okay, go ahead.
What I have to do is borrow money to get the pool fixed and to get the fence fixed. It'll take me about 60 days to get the loan, from what I understand, and then I can get it fixed.
Can we see pictures of the pool again, please?
I intervene. I was able to get that spot right there where the arrow's pointing. It's actually the pool, but due to the overgrowth and the underbrush, it was a little hard to see a clear shot of it. The pool is really dark and stagnant. The nuisance condition is the broken down slats along the front left side of the fence, making that property unsecure and giving access to the backyard and the pool.
Okay, thank you. All right, ma'am, is that all you have to say?
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
Is that all you have to say?
I guess,
I got a question.
unless there's a
Okay,
question.
go ahead, Mr. Bear, yourself.
Mr. Hernandez, the question, you obviously.
Make sure you
stated
put your mic on. We can't hear you.
Mr. Hernandez, you stated that the pool sanitation is a problem. What about when you were addressing the fences and nuisance unsecured structure? That's also applicable to the pool. Is that true?
I got a portion of that. If you may, if it's okay to repeat the question.
Okay, the pool, you stated the pool sanitation is not correct.
The
But
pool-
now, access to the pool, is that based on the fences and the unsecured structure as well?
The nuisance condition itself is based on the fencing. As you can see in the picture right there, that's a clear access to that portion of the backyard where the pool, underground pool is located. So that right there is a safety issue itself. The pool condition still remains stagnant. And the right side of the property fencing is locked, so there's no issues with that. But the left side is totally wide open, and anyone, any kid, any animal could get back there.
So anybody can get access to the pool or not?
It's easily accessible.
Okay,
Go ahead and make your motion.
I'm prepared to make a motion if you. Okay. All right, I move in the case of, this is Roger. I move in the case of CE 200156993 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property in violation of Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, violator's history, is going to be a three-part motion. I move that the item MO 87-6, no address posted, improper posted, the PM 12.1 accumulations, the PM 12.2 overgrowth, that you grant 30 days to correct that violation. If not corrected, a fine of $200 per day be assessed. I also state that PM 12.3 nuisance condition unsecured structure and PM 12.4 that you have 15 days to correct the violation. If that's not corrected in the 15 days, a fine of $200 per day be assessed. And regarding pool sanitation, you have 7 days to correct the violation. If not corrected in 7 days, you got a fine of $500.
I'll second for purpose of discussion. Mr. Versilla, based on the evidence and the testimony of the officer, it sounds like this is a wide open path to the pool. So my concern is the 15-day timeline for the fences and the unsecured structure. Microphone.
I correct my motion. It will be a two-part motion. The no address, the accumulations, the overgrowth stated 30 days, $200 per day. Nuisance condition, fences, pool sanitation, 7 days, $500.
Thank you, Mr. Versilla. I'll second that motion. Lorenzen.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Going to move to page 23, item 47, case number CE 200-14993, Brandon Reed Holdings LLC, and we have service. Is there anyone here to speak for this case? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Todd Pressman, 200 Second Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida.
And do you recognize that photo as the property?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can I ask what case number this is? 27.
This is on page 23, item 47.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Stephen Saucy, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case began in September of last year from a complaint that was submitted to Development Services in our department in regards to screening and buffering from the above property. There's going to be photos in the slides that are referring to nighttime hours and also daytime hours from last year and this calendar year. Since the case has started, the owners have sought assistance from Development Services, and they also have obtained a variance for one of the issues. And at the last slide in the presentation, it'll show that one of the issues in the variance was approved and one was denied. And we are just here to address the issue that is going to be denied, which is the required screening and also the lighting in the case. As we can see in the last slide, the setback has been approved through the variance. I've been in regular contact with the owners and been discussing the case with Mr. Pressman via email and in person on a regular basis. There has been an open line of communication the entire time, and I will let him speak now.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Todd Pressman for the record. Mr. Saucier has reviewed this with you. At this point, we've been successful with the critical variance. We are now prepared to move forward with re-aiming the lights so they only shine on this property. We would expect that to be done within 30 days. In regard to the screening that's required, as we reviewed this with the property owner, Mrs. Saucier, we would ask for 90 days to install and complete the necessary screening, which is a type B screening under the code, which is a fence and tree planting 20 feet on center. Thank you.
Okay, board members, do you have any questions? Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
I move in case CE 200149993 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 90 days to come into compliance on item Z613 buffer screening. And I grant 30 days to come into compliance for item Z614 violation of exterior lighting. Failure to maintain either of these deadlines results in a daily penalty of $250 per day.
I'll second Urbaniak.
All right, we have a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We're going to be in recess for about 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
Test 1 2, testing 1 2. Dan, are we ready?
If everyone can take their seats, the meeting will begin shortly.
The meeting will begin in 3, 2, 1.
We're back in session. Next case, please.
Page 10, item 19, case number CE 200-16689, Anthony J. Cam, and we have service. Do you want to go get another mask back there?
If they have one, yeah, thing's falling apart.
Yeah. There's some over there by security. Yeah. Thank you. Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name and address for the record.
Tony Cam, 16202 Lakehead Court, Tampa, Florida, 33618.
And do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, officer.
Rick Garcia, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Case number CE 20016689, 16202 Lakehead Court, Tampa, Florida, 33618, owned by Anthony Cam. Property is not in foreclosure. First inspected it on 11/13/2020 on an unrelated landlord-tenant issue. During that time, I identified violations of inoperable vehicles, protective treatment, and roof ends or parts thereof. Over the course of my follow-up inspections, those violations were not complied with, other than the inoperable vehicle initially was complied with, but has since returned to being in violation. I have been in frequent contact with Mr. Cam and have been advising him and discussing with him, trying to proceed with getting the property into compliance. He's trying to do what he can, but as of this time, it's not done.
Okay, sir, what do you want to tell this board?
I can't understand.
Go ahead. He wants to know for you to testify. What you need to
Yeah, I can't understand a word. First of all, let's say Rick's been very good. He's been fair. He's been decent. I don't know. I'm talking to some guy. Second of all, no reflection on you, but the system. This is kind of rude. I can't even understand the speaker. But with instead of a real person in front of me. Thirdly, yeah, it's my house, and I know you guys want to get it dotted too, and I'm pretty much there. Yeah, I want things perfect too. COVID hit a while back, and before that was a small business. I do maintenance. It was real slow, and so obviously money's not coming. Most of a money issue, and I have the pictures and stuff. Actually, I was going through the list I have that I originally got from Rick, Mr. Garcia, and I'm gonna separate the roof. Everything's basically done, 98%. The siding on the right side of my house is done, but the trim is not. They don't carry it to Home Depot no more, and I'm actually doing it the right way. I got all composite, stainless steel screws, anyways. So I'm getting composite trim, and they don't carry. So I have to locate that. Plus, it's very expensive. Again, a lot of that there's more of a money issue. I'm sure I could find it somewhere in Tampa, Pinellas, Pasco, somewhere. The roof itself, I've been patching. And the reason being, because it's around $12,000 to get a roof. And I do have money coming in within the next, I believe it's 60 days, plenty enough to cover the roof. But meanwhile, I've been patching it, and I took most of the tarps off. There's one or two tarps left. But that, I can take them off too if it has to be. But the roof, I'm trying to get, like I said, I can keep patching, but I think it's just probably time for a new roof. Also on the vehicle at this point, yeah, we did a lot last several days, and the vehicles are all off the property. I've got pictures of everything inside over the list, and I was looking for Rick's number this morning. I thought I had it written down. I don't. I wanted to send pictures to him, and I couldn't. But basically, everything's complied. The roof is a little iffy. Like I said, I keep patching it, and I do have all intentions of getting a new roof. But like I said, it's a money issue, and I do have plenty. We had sold my mother's house a while back, and we're waiting to get the money on. It's all in however you want to say, probate or whatever. That's coming soon. So, and I figure I'll just it's easier to keep patching and then just put a new roof on it.
How long do you think it's gonna take?
For the roof?
You said you were gonna get some money in so you could pay for the repairs of the roof.
Yes,
How long
yeah.
do you think that's gonna take?
It won't take, I've got roofer lined up to do it. I've got several bids. It's been about, I'm guessing the money should be within 30 days, but there's a possibility it could be a little more than that. It might be 45 to 60 days. I don't know. It's actually at the hands of the courts and we have a lawyer, and she said, it was between the sale of the house, it was between, which has already been well over a month, they don't do anything for the first 30 days, and then up to 90 days, they release the money. So it's definitely been well over 30 days. So I mean, for sure within 60 days, I would guess within 30.
Okay, officer, are there any safety issues with this roof?
No, there's not.
Okay. Board members have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Lorenzen.
Just a question regarding status of this property. It shows here on our agenda that it's vacant. Sir, are you living at the property?
Yeah, I live there. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Baniak, this is Mr. Baniak. I move in case CE 20016689. Based on the evidence presented, I find the properties in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of violation, the action taken by the violator and the violator's history, that I grant 90 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 a day be assessed.
I'll second for a purpose of discussion. Mr. Vaniak, my understanding from the testimony was that the inoperable vehicles has been complied. So any chance we could just break that out and do a shorter, 7-day or something so people can go out and double check the vehicle side of that? I'm okay with the 90 days on the.
The only thing,
You could do a two-part motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just see the protective treatment on the roof. The cars aren't on here. Inoperable vehicles, I don't see listed.
I have in-op vehicles on my.
I have in-op vehicles on mine as well.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
was.
Yeah, I would amend that for 7 days to $200 for the inoperable vehicles, 90 days for protective treatment, and the roof also at $200 a day. That's fine.
Second. Lorenzen.
All right, so we have 7 days on the inoperable vehicle, $200 a day, which he says is already gone. And then 90 days on the roof and the protective treatment. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Next case is on page 12, item 23, case number CE 21000047, Durrett S. Waller, and we have service. Someone signed up for this? So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jared Waller, 2709 Jerry Smith Road, Dover, Florida, 33527.
And do you recognize that photo as the property?
I do.
Thank you.
Officer?
Joshua Steen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I inspect the property located at 2709 Jerry Smith Road, Dover, Florida, 33527. It was first inspected on 1st of January, on the 4th of January, 2021. Time of the inspection, it was owner occupied, not in foreclosure. The following violations were noted: accumulations, inoperable vehicle, improper use of zone, outside open storage. I met on my last inspection, which was the day I took these photos. I spoke with the property owner that's present. And he discussed that he just needs more time to complete the cleanup.
What is the improper use of zone?
It's related to a business being operated out of the property.
Okay. Sir, what would you like to tell us?
I'm sorry, sir. Are you speaking to me?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
What was the question?
What would you like to tell this board?
Oh, I would like to request a continuance, and I got the unregistered vehicles and whatever removed. I took pictures this morning and had them developed. I could hand those over to evidence. And then also yesterday, I had a big blessing with the building in the back for I finally got my my plans to enclose my large metal building, which will also help me get into compliance with the accumulations and outside storage and that stuff. So next week I'll file for a permit for that and continue to make heading in the right direction.
Okay, so they're going to issue your permit, you say, this week?
Obviously not today. I will get with my general contractor buddy next week, and he will help me going through the online process, and we will file for the permit. I've already got one active permit for the house. I need to get another permit for the still building in the back.
Okay. How long do you think that's going to take?
To get the permits and finish the building, I like think within 90 days that should be feasible.
90. Okay. Improper use of zone. He says you're running some type of business out of there.
I got a lot of storage for. I got another case file going on, as well, but it's a lot of storage. But speaking with Josh the other day, he gave me some good insight and direction about how there should be someone in the development services that should be able to help me and guide me as far as getting whatever to get in compliance as far as a business. So that was Josh coming on this case has been a blessing. He's in the 30 minutes I talked to him, he's already given me more insight than the previous inspector did, on how to get in compliance. And
Okay, my question was, it's real simple. Are you operating the business?
No, sir.
So the business is not being operated until you get the permits?
That's the goal.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Board members, any questions?
I have just one question.
Go ahead, Mr. Vasillo.
For staff, is this property located in a residential area? Is there a lot of homes that are close by?
Sir, the area is rural. There are homes that are nearby, but they're all agriculturally zoned and larger size lots. This property itself is I believe it was 3.93 acres.
Okay, I go back again to the owner. How much time do you think you need in order to come in compliance? Total days, just how many days?
I would like to think within 90 days I should be able to achieve it. With Josh's help, I believe I can achieve this goal.
Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion. I move in the case of CE 21000047 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property in violation of the Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of violation, the action taken by the violator violates history, I grant 90 days to come in compliance. Compliance not achieved by the time of fine of $250 per day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
For discussion, no business being operated while they're waiting on their permits?
Okay, we can add that on, no business. The addition to that motion would be that the owner is not allowed to operate a business from that facility.
My second remains Lorenzen.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Next case is on page 12, item 24, case number CE 21000962, Norton Thornton Trust, and we have service. Someone who signed up virtually?
Gary, can you hear us? Gary? Gary, your mic is on. Gary Ennis? Gary, if you were there, your case is being heard right now. You just went on mute.
Sir, raise your right hand. What happened? I lost him.
He has low connectivity with his internet. Gary,
Mr.
you're on
Ennis?
mute.
It's filtering.
Can you hear me?
You're coming in and out.
Can you hear me? Dial in.
Sir, raise your right hand. He's frozen.
He's frozen.
I do.
We're going to call the next case.
Okay.
Just so until he gets,
Yes, please.
okay then. The next case is on page 13, item 26. Case number CE 200-17648, THR Florida LP, and we have service. And there's Michelle Texan that signed up.
Hi, good morning.
Please raise your right hand.
Oh,
Do
sorry.
you, do you, I can't see you. Can you,
Yes, I-
do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Michelle Texan, TECSON, address 1702 South Indiana Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60616.
Give it a moment. And do you recognize that photo as the property?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, officer, go ahead. Y'all are speaking in there. We cannot hear you.
Start over. Michael Smoke, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case was assigned to me under case number CE 200176648, address of 11424 Glenmart Drive, Tampa, Florida 33615. Property zone is PD. This is a rental property. I responded to the property in reference to a complaint from the tenant reporting that there were numerous problems with the property. To make a long story short, there were 6 violations. 5 of the violations were complied, and the last violation that to this date has still not been complied was the interior, the flooring on the inside of the property. On first initial visit was on December the 1st of 2020. That's where most of the violations were observed. Other visits to the property, re-inspections were on March the 3rd of 2021. And finally on July the 1st of 2021, during a pre-hearing check, it was determined that all but the flooring in the residence had been repaired, complied. And as of that date, July the 1st, the conditions for the floor remained.
So it's your testimony this is in compliance?
I didn't hear.
I said,
You need to
you're
adjust.
testifying that it is in compliance?
Are you testifying that it is in compliance?
No, I'm testifying that all but the flooring were complied. The flooring is still in non-compliance as of July the 1st.
What is wrong with the flooring?
It's got warping from water that came in through the ceiling, causing separation. You had natural wood flooring that was buckled and discolored. And then you had laminate flooring in the property that was also buckled. And just like with the other ones, it was causing a tripping hazard.
Okay. All right, would the respondent like to tell us?
Good morning, Your Honor and board members. I'd just like to get 30 days in order to make sure that this gets complied and allow a re-inspection for Inspector Smoke. And I'm just hoping that you'll allow us this additional 30 days in order to bring about compliance in this property.
Okay, members of the board have any questions? Ms. Clayton, go right ahead.
Yes, I have a question. In our paperwork, it says the walls as well, there's an issue. Is that still existing?
It's saying, she's saying that the interior floor and walls, it states walls. Are the walls okay, or there's something
Yeah,
wrong with the walls?
They're all, every violation that was cited are fine. They have been complied. The only violation remaining is the floor.
Thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion. In case CE 200176648, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation and the actions taken by the violator, I grant 30 days to come in compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that time, a fee of $200 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Remark.
Aye.
Remark? I have a remark.
Sure, go ahead, Mr.
But on that motion, he indicated that it's only the floor, so I would just say that it should be R11.8.5, interior floors only. Exclude the walls.
That's fine. We can amend the motion to say that it's in reference to item R11.8.
5,
Is that right?
5,
5.
interior floors only.
Interior floors only.
That's what I thought you meant. Okay.
Second
All-
remains.
Second remains. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, you have your 30 days.
Thank you very much, everyone.
You're welcome. Next case, please.
Okay, do we have Gary Ennis? He went out. Okay. All right, let's go to page 15, item 29, case number CE 200177729, Sophia Visi and Arian Zanuni. And we have service. Please raise your right hand. Sir, will you be giving testimony? No. Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And what is your name and address, please?
Sophia Vasey and
Speak into the mic.
Sophia Vasey, 5625 Patterson Road, Riverview, Florida, 33578.
And do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Officer Watson with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The parcel at 5625 Patterson Road, Riverview, Florida, 33578 is here today for the violations of accumulations, inoperable vehicles, general plumbing due to a failing septic tank, nuisance condition for the odor of the septic tank, and agricultural animals on residential property. The first inspection was, or as of rather, on the 25th of August, 2021, the violations of accumulations and inoperable vehicles remain. It was observed that the septic tank was covered and no longer appears to be an immediate threat, but no permit was found for the septic system to confirm that it was installed to code. There was no foul odor at the time and no agricultural animals were observed, but was left on the agenda for a ruling. The tenants that met there was stated that the septic tank was fixed and that the drain field was also installed, a new drain field was installed. Currently, there is now an open case, CE 21010298 for the violations of overgrowth and outdoor open storage. The taxes are current and is not in foreclosure.
Okay, which one, the people that are going to be testifying, are they tenants, owners? What relationship are they?
So the tenants, no, I'm the owner. The tenants are still there. We're working on an eviction process currently. So it's going through that phase as our hands are tied. There's nothing, we cannot touch their items. So until we get the eviction in place and they are out of property, then we'll be able to clear up the rest of the property. And then regarding the septic tank, per the rental agreement, they are required to service anything regarding the septic tank. So they were supposed to get any permits, which we were unaware of until now.
Okay, so you're the owner.
Yes.
Okay. The tenant's not here.
No.
Okay. So what you're saying is you're in the eviction process, but evictions are on hold.
Yeah.
So you cannot go onto their property, your property actually, to fix the conditions. Is that what I'm hearing here?
Correct. Like their items, when it comes to the accumulation and the debris, everything, I mean, they've destroyed our property quite a bit. So I cannot move their car at the end of the day where it's an inoperable vehicle. So until I get the eviction finalized, we can't touch the property, their items on property. And they're not cooperating with us, which is why we're going through the eviction process.
Okay, members of the board, do you have any questions?
One question to the
Go ahead.
officer. You say the agricultural animals is in compliance?
It appears they are in compliance, but the fencing and everything else is still in place. So it hasn't been complied at this time, but it should be shortly.
Is there any life safety issues at hand?
Excuse me?
Is there any health or life safety issues at hand right now?
Are there any
Oh, no,
life-
there's no other life safety issues at this time.
Okay. With evictions not being done, I don't know how this board can set a date for them to,
I got one statement, you know, as far as the evictions, that process is in hold as far as the government, if it's involved with that the mortgage is federal funding and whatnot, it's CARES Act, depends on the mortgage on this property. They are doing evictions.
okay,
So it just depends on how the mortgage is on this particular property.
okay. So has the owner started the eviction proceedings?
I'm sorry?
Have you started eviction proceedings?
So because we already had, it's a complicated case with them. We had one prior case for the eviction, which we have to do a withdrawal and then do another eviction for non-renewal. So now it's in a secondary process, a second case for that property. So we've already, for this case, if they're not out by September 11th, then we will go ahead and then file again with the courts for the eviction request.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion here?
I'll make a motion. Mr.
Go ahead, sir.
I move in case number CE 20017729 that we continue this for a period of 60 days to revisit it once we find out where we're at on the eviction proceedings.
Second, Lorenzen.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, continued 60 days. Get
So
that thing
this will be
filed.
scheduled for the October 26th hearing?
Yes, that's what if that's where it says on the schedule. Okay, next case, please.
Do we have Mr. Enos?
Gary, can you hear us? If your phone is muted, unmute it, please. Gary, can you hear us?
All right, we're going to move on until he can get on.
Is he not talking
Yeah.
on his?
Okay, let's do the next case.
Page 15, item 30, case number CE 200000618, Barbara J. Hiller, and we have service. Ma'am, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Barbara J. Hiller.
And you could pull that mic down and speak in.
Excuse me. Barbara J. Hiller, 212 Morningside Drive, Bellriva, Florida, 33594.
Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Donald K. Boyling, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case was initiated on 1/14/2020. There have been 6 visits to the property since then. The remaining violation is accumulations. My last visit was on 8/16/2021. There have been significant improvements to the property since the first visit. And the owner, this young lady here, has been stated to me at that time that they are working diligently to improve the property to completion.
Okay, ma'am, what would you like to tell this board?
Most everything has been done as far as the debris. Yesterday, we had scheduled, we had to borrow a trailer that we've been using to remove the debris. The man came in the middle of the night before last, and took back his trailer. So we're in the process now. We have 1 load left to go, and that will be finished. And I think we've got everything else pretty much under control now.
How long do you need, ma'am?
We should be able to, well, probably just a few days, but I've got to try to get a trailer from somewhere to haul the rest of the debris off.
Okay. Board members have any questions?
I'd like to make a motion, this Mr. Urbaniak.
Go ahead.
I move in case number CE 200000618 that based on the evidence provided, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes and ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based upon the gravity violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, that I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $100 a day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, ma'am, you have 30 days.
Thank you.
Welcome. Next case.
Next case is on page 17, item 33, case number CE 200-16629, Celia Jean Burdick. And we have service. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, each of you, one by one, state your name and address for the record. Please keep your mask on. Thank you.
Tammy Gross, 1610 Harvard Woods Drive, apartment 2705, Brandon, Florida.
Celia Burdick, 1902 30th Street, Southeast Ruskin, Florida.
Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
We do not see the picture in here. Okay. Okay, officer.
Yes, Guy Carter, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is located 1902 30th Street Southeast, Ruskin, Florida 33570. The property was first inspected November 3rd, 2020, and it was cited for overgrowth and inoperable vehicles. On 12/4/20, the overgrowth was complied. As of my last inspection conducted August 17th, 2021, as you can see, the inoperable vehicle still remains.
Okay. Which one of the respondents wishes to speak first?
I will.
Go ahead.
This is my mother's property. I'm her daughter. She's 74 years old, disabled, and on a limited income. We have called every tow truck service, every salvage yard, even an RV removal company to try to get this RV removed for her. It's a 36-foot RV. We have yet to find anyone that will come and remove it in this county.
So your plans are to just leave it there?
No, I mean, we keep trying, but she's disabled, I'm disabled, there's only the two of us. I don't live with her, but I just keep calling all these tow truck companies to try to get somebody to come tow it out. I actually called code enforcement and talked to a supervisor. He suggested we build a pole barn. Again, she's on a limited fixed income and disabled. How are we supposed to build a pole barn? We've tried calling salvage yards, tow trucks, scrap metal places. Nobody has a tow truck big enough to come and get it out. So we're kind of stuck. We can't physically haul it out of there ourselves. She's 74 years old. So we're just at a loss as to what to do with it or how to
Okay,
get it
ma'am,
out.
I have personally seen wreckers moving semis.
Sir, I have a list of the people in the county that we've called that have said
Okay.
they cannot come and tow it. It's 36 foot. It's too long. The only other option is Steps. Steps wants $2,000 to come and get it. My mother doesn't have $2,000.
So there is an option. Steps would come get it.
If we had $2,000, sir, she doesn't have $2,000.
All right, board members, do you have any questions? Or does somebody else need to speak? I can't tell who's there and who isn't from here.
I'm Celia and I own the property and we've tried to get the RV out of there and the grass looks high, so I have a lawn maintenance company come and mow the lawn, but because of all the rain lately, they did not, but it has been mowed since that picture was taken.
Okay, all we're interested in now is getting rid of that vehicle.
Oh, okay.
Board members, any questions?
I have no idea who can come and take it.
Your daughter just said Steps could. That was
If
her
we have-
testimony.
Yes, sir. If we have $2,000, my mother doesn't have $2,000. And
Okay.
I'm disabled. I don't work. I don't have it to give her.
But we will keep trying to
I'm
get
prepared to make a
somebody to
motion, sir.
come.
Okay, Mr. Vasilla, go ahead and make your motion.
I move in the case of CE 20016629, that based on the evidence presented, I find the property in violation of Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of violation, the act taken by the violator, violators history, I grant 30 days come in compliance. Compliance not achieved by the time a fine of $100 per day will be assessed. 100, yes.
You have a second? We have no second. Another motion, please. Mr. Lorenzen.
I'll make a motion. I move in case CE 20016629, based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 90 days to come into compliance. Compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $100 per day be assessed.
I'll second Urbaniak.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Do a roll call, please.
Ornaro,
4.
Brazilla,
No.
Clayton,
Yes.
Lawrenson,
Yes.
Urbaniak,
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 4-1. Versilla voted no.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you have 90 days to get it off the property or you'll be fined $100 a day. Next case, please.
Next case is on page 17, item 34, case number CE 200-17627, Gino J. Orlandi, and we have service, and we have someone here virtually.
Timothy, can you
Timothy
please,
Stinson.
Yes, sir. Are
can
you
you
there?
please share your screen? Just turn your video on.
Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Timothy Stinson, 3338 36th Avenue, Southeast, Ruskin, Florida, 33570.
What is your relationship to this case?
I'm actually the next door neighbor, or it was my stuff that was put over there on the guy's property.
Okay,
And
do you recognize that photo as the property?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hey, officer, go ahead.
Yes, Guy Carter, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The property in question is a vacant lot, folio 057976.0, I'm sorry, .1026, located next to 3338 36th Ave in Ruskin. The property was first inspected on 11/30/2020 and was cited for the accumulations, specifically tree debris. At that time is when I met the neighbor who's present virtually. He informed me that he had a verbal agreement with the owners. The owners live out of state, the Orlandis, and I have been in constant communication with them as well. And they did confirm that they gave verbal permission for the neighbor to stack his tree debris on their property. He has made significant, it looks a whole lot better than it did, in other words, throughout this case. But as of my last inspection conducted August 17th, 2021, there was still that pile of lumber remaining. So basically, he's asking for a little bit more time to complete the job.
Okay, sir, how much time do you need to complete that?
I mean, to be honest with you, with the rain and stuff that we had, that's what's holding me up. I mean, if I could get a day or two without rain, I can get it over my equipment and get it off of there. I mean, I'd say a couple weeks at the most.
Okay. Members of the board, do you have any questions? Go ahead and make your motion.
Excuse me, I move in case CE 200-17627 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances is based on staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $150 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 30 days, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Next case, please.
Next case is on page 18, item 36, case number CE 200-12525, Leonard Earl Jones, and we have service. Someone signed up for this case? Or is it virtual? Is it James Bohan? No? Well, go ahead with your testimony.
All set? Okay. Good morning, Stephen Sargent.
Leonard Earl Jones? No? James Bohan? No? O10, how do you? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And please state your name and address for the record.
James Edward Bolton, 5846 Langston Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33609.
Okay, do we got a photo here?
Oh, no, this is, no.
What case are you here for?
6701, 19th.
Okay, we're gonna find your case. We're gonna call the next case. Or you could go ahead with this case now that we've already called it.
All right. Is there somebody online for this one? Sorry?
No, nobody.
Oh, no, okay. All right.
No one's here.
All right. Stephen Saucer, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case started in August of last year. The property was cited for accumulations and overgrowth and also inoperable vehicles. Officer Sweeney and I, we both performed site visits on this property. And the overgrowth and inoperable vehicles, those were in violation for the entire time of the case up until August 16th of this year. So that's where we're at. And periodically, it looks like throughout the case life, the violations come and go on a periodic basis. And that's what was present on the day I was there on the 24th of August.
Okay, and we have no respondent here. Yes, no?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions? Well, would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, Sir Baniak.
Go ahead.
I move in case CE 20012525 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes and ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity violation, the action taken by the violator and the violator's history, that I grant 45 days to come into compliance. If compliance not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 a day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Page 19, item 38, case number CE 200-15442, Paul R. Berkeley and Rebecca L. Berkeley, and we have service. And someone is appearing virtually. Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Berkeley, 7206 Wayland Tideway Street, Plant City, Florida, 33565.
Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, officer.
Stephen Saucer, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case came to us and the inspection started October of last year. Officer Sweeney and I, we both performed site visits on this property. On my last site visit, which was October 24th, the day of the photographs, accumulations and operable vehicles and stairs, porches, and appurtenances were still in violation. There was no photo available for the electrical wiring, although Officer Sweeney has that he personally observed it on his initial inspection when he did a walk around with the occupant at the time.
Okay, sir, what do you want to tell this board?
I got people here now cleaning it. I got it cleaned up already. Got the blue truck supposed to be getting picked up. The handrail's getting done right now, as we speak. I just need a little bit more time to get the one RV. I'm getting it pulled out too. I just we fought for a title. I can't find the title. And then they said they won't come get it without the title.
How long is it going to take you?
30 days.
Okay. Members of the board, any questions? Somebody like to make a motion?
I'll be happy to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I move in case CE 200154442. Based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $175 per day be assessed.
Urbaniak, second.
Do we have any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please. Sir, you have 30 days.
Thank you.
Next case is on page 19, item 39, case number CE 200-16151, Marks Framing Incorporated, and we have service. Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is David Mercado, 1204 12th Avenue West, Unit B, Palmetto, Florida, 34221.
And what is your relationship to this case?
I'm a representative.
Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, officer.
Good afternoon, Stephen Sauce, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case started back in October of last year. The property is on AS1. Officer Sweeney and I performed site visits, inspections on the property. As of my last inspection on August 24th, the Connex containers / shipping containers that you see in the photographs are still on scene. All it was they were pushed farther back onto the parcel. And if you look at the last slide, you'll see an overhead view of the size of the parcel. So they are still on the parcel. That's where we're at for the outside open storage.
Okay, sir, what do you want to tell the board?
The owner of the property would like more time to have them on the property since we are currently trying to finish getting a permit for that. We have a residential, or miscellaneous residential permit that we have already filed, and I have proof of that. I have the email confirmation. All we are waiting for is, in order to fully submit that permit, you need some drawings by a professional engineer. We have currently reached out to two different companies, and I also have the proof of that. All we need are the drawings in order to submit the permit.
How long is it going to take you?
I would say 90 days because we have talked to one of the companies and they said they're almost done with it, but we don't know how long it's going to take to get reviewed.
Mr. Chairman, I like to ask one question. Do you
Go
have a
ahead.
permit Do you have a permit application that you submitted to the county already?
Yes, I have the email confirmation here for you.
Is there an application number on it or just an email back and forth?
No, so this is the email stating that it's already.
Okay, I see. If you want to read.
Okay, you have to speak in the mic.
Sorry about that. Yes, there is an email saying.
If you could read that permit number into the record, please. The top one on the subject, right up there. Yes, that one.
Is HCBLD 21-001-8826. And that was filed July 7th.
So that's HCBLD 21-001-8826.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead with your question, sir.
This is Mr. Lorenzen. Questions for staff. Assuming that we verify that there's a permit in place or application has been started, does the residential permit and having a residence on the facility then eliminate the outside open storage violation, or is it still a violation even with a residence on that property with the AS1 zoning?
Based on the permit number, it's a building permit that was applied for. So I would have to say, if the county permits them as to be accessory structures, that would be part of the permitting process. There would be tie downs and so on and so forth. That would all be involved. But if the county permits those as accessory structures, that's going to be up to development services to decide, not us.
Okay.
Have we found where the permit's been filed?
Question, sorry.
We haven't
Okay.
we'll look to confirm the permit number. It shows as vacant, the property is vacant. If the property is vacant, those cannot stand alone. I understand he said he's seeking the building permit for a residence. If they put the residence on the property, they can pursue the permit. And I don't know if it'll be in the same, if it can placed in the same building permit or not, to
There's-
have them as accessory structures.
There's a mobile home on the property right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Yep. So there's, yeah.
they can pursue
Mhm.
the approval for them.
And the permit status is presently in the application process. It has not been issued.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
Based on the evidence presented, I move in case CE 20016-151 that we continue this case for 30 days.
A second, Urbaniak.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. What date is that?
It's a September 24th hearing.
That's September 24th. Okay, you'll come back with whatever permits that there are, or give us at least an update. Thank you. Next case.
Thank you.
Next case is on page 20, item 40, case number CE 200-17588, estate of Jack Rensel, and we have service. We have a Matthew Renslow that signed in. Raise your right hand. Sir, in the back, will you be providing testimony as well? Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Each of you take your turns, state your name and address for the record.
Nathan Renslow, 38.
Speak into the mic, please.
Nathan Renslow, 3852 Lindsay Street, Dover, Florida, 33527.
And sir,
Dylan Downing, address is 3852 Lindsay Street, Dover, Florida, 33527.
you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Will you please adjust your face mask? Thank you.
Go ahead, officer.
Christopher Bishop with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is 3852 Lindsay Street, Dover, Florida. The property was first inspected on 30 November 2021, with the last inspection 25 August 2021. The property was cited for accumulations, inoperable vehicles, electrical wiring, recreational vehicles, nuisance conditions for smell plus holes, sewage/cleanout cap missing, connection to drainage systems, structure uses dwelling not meeting standards of a dwelling, and electrical service.
Okay, which one of the respondents wishes to speak first?
I'll speak, sir. My brother's requested that I speak on his behalf.
Go ahead.
Our father recently passed away, so it's just us two. We're trying our best to get everything up in order. Right now, we're just dealing with some financials, so we're just asking for a little bit more time and a little.
How much time?
As much time as you guys would be able to give us, 60 to 90 days. It's currently just myself working, and it's going to cost us about $5,000 to get a panel put on the house.
Okay. Members of the board, do you have any questions? Oh, there's another gentleman there. Does he wish to speak? No? Yes?
No, sir.
One question. I opened that open manhole cover, whatnot, that's a real safety issue, isn't it?
There's no electricity to the house. They cut the power from the line.
I didn't hear.
Okay, yes, Mr. Lorenzen.
So is the building residence being used at this time? Is the tenant occupied? Are you occupying it, or is it vacant?
We're currently occupying it as much as we stay with a friend here and there, but we go back to check on the property time to time.
So you're occupying the home, but there's no power. The power's been cut off at the pole
Yes, sir.
and no sewage currently.
We don't use the restroom there. We'll go either to the neighbors or to my boss's house.
Okay,
Ready to make your motion?
I'm ready to make my motion. I move in case CE 20017588 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, the violator's history, I grant 60 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 per day be assessed. In addition, I order that the residence not be occupied until sewage and electrical connections and any life safety issues have been resolved.
Second, Clayton.
We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You have 60 days, but you can't live there.
Yes, sir.
Next
Thank you.
case, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Gentlemen, if you could please go that over there so you could sign in, because we need your names. Thank you. Next case is on page 20, item 41, case number CE 20003218, Taylor Road Properties LLC, and we have service. Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Michael L. Jones, 3134 North Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33603.
And your relationship to this case?
I'm attorney for the owner of the
Okay.
property.
Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, officer.
Joshua Steen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property located at 9601 Taylor Road in Sefner, Florida, 33584 was first inspected on March 4th, 2020. Time of inspection was tenant occupied and not in foreclosure. And the following violations were noted: excessive dwellings.
It's hard for us to see. How many mobile homes are there?
There is one block home and then 2 mobile homes on the property.
So
There should only be that the one circled is the one that was added to the property. In the next slide, it'll show you the empty space. The one at the far end of the property is the one that's allowed, and the one in the block home is permitted. Both of those are in property appraiser.
So what needs to be moved?
This mobile home was installed. There's no permitting or anything. It's an accessory dwelling on the property. It's not zoned for that extra.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. Okay. All right. Which one of the respondents wishes to speak first?
I'm the only one on behalf of the respondent, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Jones. I'm an attorney for the property owner. I was recently retained. It took a while to get on board in terms of the history of the violation and what was needed to remedy the situation. Agent Hernando was previously on the case. I met the new agent this morning. I've also been in touch with Lori Boylan at Developmental Services, the Development Services Department, and it seems that the consensus is this portfolio is adjacent or a contiguous part of 8 portfolios, which are owned by the same owner, my client, and it's been recommended that my client file a determination of nonconformity application, which I can get done this next week. I'm requesting a 60-day continuance. If that application is approved, it will change the allowable dwellings on the property. The property's been used the way it's being used right now since 1999. So I'm respectfully requesting a 60-day continuance for a status review.
Okay, so if it's denied, then the other trailer will be removed as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
that
all
would
right.
be our only choice. I agree, sir.
Okay, thank you. Somebody on the board have any questions? Would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Vasilla.
In the case of CE 2003218, we'll grant a 60-day continuance, which would be take it to the hearing of October 26th.
Do we have a second?
Second, Lorenzen.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we'll rehear this in October.
Thank you, board.
You're welcome. Next case, please.
Next case is on page 24, item 49, case number CE 200-17642, the estate of Allie M. Loggins, and we have service. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
John Badger, 2606 Wentz Way, Ruskin, Florida, 33570.
And your relationship to this case?
My mother purchased it from my deceased aunt's daughters and left it to me, and I still have to go through the estate stuff to get it into my name.
Okay, and do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Officer, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Eric Tyne, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is 2606 Wentz Way, Ruskin, Florida. Property is owned by the estate of Allie Loggins. Property is currently accruing fines daily for accumulations in the amount of $500 per day. Property was inspected in this case for the first time on December 2nd, 2020. That inspection displayed an unregistered recreational vehicle, which is in excess of 20 feet in length, parked in the front yard, not meeting setback requirements. And also found that it was tenant occupied, as well as an unregistered commercial vehicle parked in the front yard. Officer Cortez was able to make contact with the occupant of the primary dwelling, who told Officer Cortez that he would work to get the RV and commercial vehicle removed. Officer Cortez also spoke with the occupant of the RV, who told him that she pays rent. As of the last inspection on August 7th, 2021, there's been no progress made with the property.
Okay, sir, what do you want to tell the board?
Well, she had an agreement with my father, who recently passed away. And to get her out of there, I had to make an agreement with her for her to pay rent. She no longer paid the rent, so therefore I was able to get her evicted. So I'm trying to get the money up to get a dumpster brought down and to get some help brought in so I can get the place cleaned up. It's just very difficult. I got so many bills going out. I'm barely making it.
That's it?
I've asked multiple people and churches and stuff for help, but nobody's willing to help me. And I can only haul so much out at a time, one trash can load at a time. I work 10, 12 hours a day. When I get in, I'm exhausted.
Okay, members of the board, do you have any questions? Somebody like to make a motion? Good, Mr. Banky, make a motion.
So currently we're being assessed $500 a day right now. Was that through code enforcement or something else?
That's from a previous code enforcement case that was adjudicated in 2018 for the accumulations.
That's
And they're
still going
accruing.
on.
Yes,
So
as
we're
you can
looking
see
at the inoperable vehicle segment here then? Okay. All right. I will make a motion, Mr. Urbaniak. I move in case CE 20017642 that based on the evidence provided, I find the properties in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Based upon the gravity of the situation, the gravity of the violation, the action taken by a violator, and the violator's history, I grant 60 days to come into compliance. And if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
Aye.
We're not able to hear anything.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We have all voted in favor of aye. Sir, you have 60 days to come into compliance.
Thank you.
Next case.
Just a moment. Thirty-seven. They had him signed under the. Okay. All right, the next case is on page 18, item 37, case number CE 200-15180, Lester Gonzalez, and we have service. Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Lester Gonzalez, 1060 North Chicken Creek Road, Plant City, Florida, 33563.
And do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can you give us the page number and case again? We're having trouble hearing.
Page 18, item 37.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Stephen Saucer, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case came to us by a complaint that was submitted to the county. Officer Sweeney and I have both been out to the property. I was out there the last on the 24th. Based on the case notes, based on our observations, and also further records, Officer Sweeney was out there with HCSO, and I'm going to go back a little bit. HCSO has been out there approximately 16 times for complaints of events occurring at the property, and that's how the case began. There was complaints submitted throughout the life of this case as well. Approximately 4 more service complaints were submitted to our department for events happening at the parcel. According to the notes and when I had conversation with Mr. Gonzalez just 3 days ago, the last event occurred in July of this year, where they're having events. And the complaints are coming in that they're having concerts as well, but that's where we're at. The property is zoned AS1, and that would be the improper use of zone for this particular case.
Okay, would the respondent like to tell the board something?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you say. What was your question?
Would you like to speak?
Oh, okay. He said July. There hasn't been anything besides July. Last time I heard it was a public event. It was actually July of last year. I guess I had some gathering for like family gathering. That's it. But you know, what do you call this? The neighbor that I got usually calls in for any music I put. If you notice where that particular picture with that white trailer is there, that's in front of the house. If I put any kind of music, she will call it in and, you know, just for any music, in other words. So she'll call it in every every so often, so to speak. So not every time that I get been called and it was a public event or something like that. The last time I had was literally last year, and I got what I think was zoning. They gave me an option. How can I obtain some permit? But it's only going to be like 6 times a year. But I haven't done that just because I just haven't had the funds to do anything like that at this point. But besides that, I'm not sure what he means by July.
Okay, so what you're saying is you have had no events out there since July,
July of last year.
July of 2020.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you did
But I
say
had,
you
excuse me, I'm sorry. I did have a party gathering, like my own personal party where friends that actually got married on May. That's one of them. And that was the last, I don't want to say that's the last party I ever had anything there.
okay, and that was in 2020, and that was a friend party.
No, sir. July of last year was an actual public event. They told me not to have those kind of public events. Then after that,
Okay.
I had an actual party at this place, and the officer were called and everything else because of noise compliance. But that was, I think, it was March or May. I can't remember, but that was this year.
Mr. Chairman, I could expand a little bit more in detail if you choose.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to the several service requests that were submitted during the life cycle of this particular case. Let's see here. There was a noise complaint submitted in March of this year. That was submitted to the county under service request 452759. They keep on having property parties, concerts at the property. And again, that was March of this year. Okay, that was in March. Now we're to go to April 2nd, and they're referring to another party and another complaint that occurred on March 27th and March 28th of this year, which was after the other complaint. Then there's another service request that's submitted in April, service request 458294, and that was approximately 300 to 400 people with food vending trucks on the property, and also loud music. Then there's another service request, SR 458334, says that loud music, loud noise, and I believe there it says here they're having another party, and it's going on continuously next door. May 2021, Officer Sweeney made contact with Mr. Gonzalez and asked if they, and he was questioning if they could have birthday parties. He was questioning Officer Sweeney about if he's able to have birthday parties there at that time. And he was informed of Development Services to seek assistance from. And when I was just out there a couple of days ago, he was also mentioning about having a family wedding there, and that's the only thing that he had. So throughout the life cycle of the case, things have been happening, and the information is trying to get tailored to where he's only having a family function, and that's not the case. Like I said, HCSO has had 16 complaints. There's been food trucks, 300 to 400 people at any one particular event back in April, and that's where we're at with this particular case. And also, when I met Mr. Gonzalez on the 24th at his property, when I took this photo, he told me specifically right to my face that he could do whatever he wants with his property. So that's where we're at.
Let me rephrase that. I said I'm gonna have my personal party. In other words, you can't tell me I can't have an actual party of my own self. My birthday is actually on the corner, and he's the one that actually was kind of being rude about it, the same way as right now. I'm like, I asked myself, who was he? And he didn't want to identify himself until I specifically asked him. So, I mean, and to all due respect, sir, July, in other words, I never said I was going to do an event in July. I said I'm having a birthday party this week. In other words, now I wasn't requesting.
No, I didn't say you requested. We're talking past that.
Excuse me. Let me have a chance. You also said to me, in other words, there was no wedding. In other words, that I was requesting was telling you about a wedding. The last thing of an event that happened was a wedding. Not that I'm having a wedding.
Okay. Sir, you've heard his testimony that there've been several other things. How big is your family?
I'm sorry, sir. Can't hear you.
How big's your family since everything's been a family event you testified to?
No, I said the last couple events I had, and the last one I had was a actual French where he got married.
And that was
And I
when?
do agree that I did have had some events. In other words, since they told me I cannot have no public events, I haven't had no public events like that.
Okay. Mr. Lorenzen.
I have a question for the owner. So it's your testimony that you are not currently or have any plans to have any events at the facility?
One more time, sir.
You currently don't have any plans to have any events at your residence?
The only plan I have is what I mentioned to the officer here was I'm having a birthday party, but that's September 4th. But that's because my birthday is September 2nd.
Okay, so, but you're not having any parties
Like
or
a public
events that
event or
you're,
anything like that? No, sir.
okay, fantastic. I'm prepared to make a motion. I move in case CE 2001518 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 3 days to come into compliance. Compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 per day be assessed.
I'll second.
How would it come to compliance? You said not having, I'm sorry. How can I correct it? I mean, I'm not removing anything or anything like that, so how can I come to compliance or what?
Because put your microphone.
The best thing I could tell you is everything is handled.
We're in the middle of a motion, gentlemen. One moment,
Middle
please.
of a motion right now, okay?
Sorry, sir, one more time.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. The motion is you have 3 days to come into compliance. Compliance is not achieved by that date, you will be fined $500 a day. So you will have no parties on your property. Next case, please.
So are we good with Mr. Enos? Next case is on page 12, item 24, case number CE 210000962, Norton Thornton Trust, and we have service.
Yep.
And I need to see him.
He's up. You should be seeing him.
Oh, sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Gary Ennis, address P.O. Box 2099, Tampa, Florida 33601.
Okay, just wait till we get a photo up here. Do you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joshua Steen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I inspected the property located at 904 Seating Dover Road, Dover, Florida 33527 on January 26, 2021. At the time of the inspection, it was tenant occupied, not in foreclosure. The following violations were noted at that time: accumulations, overgrowth, outside open storage. Since that time, the overgrowth violation was complied. However, on my most recent inspection, on the day that these photographs are dated, which is the 25th of August, 2021, the property was overgrown again. I also do have information that the property owner is trying to evict the tenant. They have an email, they have a court filing of number 132622207 with the Hillsborough County Civil Court. They're waiting to get a date to have the writ of possession served on the property.
Excuse me, the introduction was really low. Is this Officer Steen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Now who's here, the tenant or the owner?
I'm representing the owner, sir.
Okay, what would you like to tell us?
Well, this property came to our attention that there were these problems with uh, incident report. I sent
Gary, you're
someone
breaking in and out. If
over
you
there.
just turn off your video,
I'll try that.
and then hopefully that will fix your audio.
How do I turn off the video? Wait a minute.
There's a
Stop video.
button.
Got it.
Okay.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
All right. Upon my becoming aware of the violations, I sent a crew out to clean up the place, and the people there mowed some, removed some of the debris. Somewhere during that time, the tenant came home, became very combative and belligerent, and threatened to shoot the crew that was attempting to clean the place up. Sheriff's deputies were called. They arrived. They told the crew to get off the property and stay off the property, at which time the tenant has been totally uncooperative. So at that point in time, the countywide eviction moratorium was still in place, so I could not begin evictions. And as soon as the eviction moratorium expired, I think on July 31st, we began eviction proceedings, which we now have in progress. It's my understanding, matter of fact, I talked to Officer Sweeney about it, and he said I was doing all I could at that point in time, but I understand he's on medical leave and can't talk about that, can't be there to attest to that. In the meantime, my attorney says that evictions are taking approximately 5 to 6 weeks because of the backlog, the court slowness, and all of the COVID problems. So we are proceeding with evictions. We will get the place cleaned up as soon as I can safely enter the property. And I'm requesting, please, a 90-day extension so that I can get the eviction actually done and then get the property properly cleaned up.
Okay. Members of the board, any questions? Would someone like to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Vasilla.
sorry to make a motion. I just move in the case of CE 21-000-962 that the case be continued for 90 days.
Or the date we meet.
90.
Yeah, we don't have any hearing dates at this time scheduled out to 90 days.
Okay, well, you'll keep your motion at 90 days and they can,
Date to
Let
be
us know.
determined, yeah.
okay, got it. Do we have a second? Somebody want to second the motion?
Second, Lorenzen.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You got continuance, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, next case, please.
Okay, next case is on page 16, item 32. Case number CE 21003572, Ricky Lonker. And if you just give a moment, he just came in and will be coming up to the podium. And we have service. Yes, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Ricky Keith Longer, 625 Cape Cod, Central Valley, Florida, 33594.
Did you recognize that photo as the property?
Yes, sir.
Thank
ma'am.
you.
I have all that fixed. The reason it ain't fixed, I
Wait,
wanted
wait,
the service
wait.
connection.
The officer's turn first.
Okay.
Donald K. Bowling, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case was initiated on 3/18/2021. was modified to a notice of violation, notice of hearing, approximately 2 weeks ago. There have been 4 visits to the property. The violations noted are accumulations, outside open storage, and inoperable vehicles.
The other 2 items have complied.
No.
The recreational vehicles, utility trailer, vehicles exceeding allowable number, complied or not complied?
Excuse me, and there was also the setback on the utility trailer was also a violation, as you just saw.
Okay. Respondent, what would you like to tell us?
That's out of the way.
Provide your testimony and please
Yes, ma'am.
speak into the mic.
Yes, ma'am. I got all the stuff off the side of the house. There ain't no storage in front of the garage. The car, I have to round the third of next, I get paid on the first. Okay, I can't get, finished, the car's almost finished there, that one right there. I got all the stuff off the right side of the house and the left side of the house. The trailer's still in the middle of the yard, and the one that was on the side of the house, right side of the house, if you're looking at it, it's right there on the road. But the problem is I can't pull it in a Mini Cooper, okay? And I mean, but everything else done. I need around about the 5th of the month to get all that, the trailers out of there and the car working. Okay, I tow it to a shop. Okay, but I can't tow it to a shop until I get paid on the first. Okay.
Okay, how long is it going to take you, sir?
About 5 days at the fifth.
Officers, are there any safety violations?
The fifth, that's all I need. The latest, I might have it done before then. But I can't move all that stuff myself. I mean, my wife just got in a wreck, and she got that. That's why she bought the wrong vehicle. Ain't my fault. All that stuff's moved. All that's moved.
Okay,
All
sir, I
He's asking the
understand that.
officer.
I'm asking the officer if there are any safety violations here.
How many violations you said?
Are there any safety violations?
No, there are no safety violations.
Okay. Members of the board, Mr. Lorenzen,
Be happy to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
go ahead.
I move in case CE 210035572, the basing evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 21 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
Second, Urbaniak.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 21 days, sir.
21 days.
Next case.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That concludes everyone that's in the audience.
Seeing no one's present in the audience for the remaining cases on the agenda, the board will now review the case materials previously provided by the county staff. And if the board finds that the property is in violation of the county ordinance, codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation, the board's ruling in each case will be based on the evidence presented, on the gravity of the violation, action taken by the violator's history, in determining the amount of fine that will be assessed. And what we will do is we will start with Ms. Clayton, we'll come around and then jump back over to Ms. Clayton. Okay, next case, please.
Board members, we need to go back to page 7, item 13. That case actually should have been pulled. It is going to be rescheduled. So if you wouldn't mind dismissing your order that you made today.
This is Mr. Lorenzen. I move in case CE 210102828 that we dismiss the case and pull it so it can be rescheduled at a later date.
Thank you.
Rescheduled.
Do you need a second on that and a vote?
Yes, we're Looking for a second?
Second, Clayton.
All right, we have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. It'll be pulled.
Okay,
Next.
so we're going to page 1 of your agenda, item 1, case number CE 2029-86. This case complied as of August 18th. Page 2, item 3, case number CE 2099-40. This case was closed and by staff. Item 4, case number CE 200-13822. This case complied as of August 24th. Page 5, item 9, case number CE 200-15808. This case complied as of August 25th. Item 10, case number CE 210-10817, alias Piscina. We have service and no one is present.
Officer, go ahead.
Christopher Bishop, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The property in question is 6119 Lewis Ave, Gibsonton, Florida. First inspected on 3 August 2021. My last inspection, 10 August 2021. I've been in contact with the owner. The property is cited for accumulations, nuisance condition, sewage cleanout cap missing, and connection to drainage systems.
Okay, Ms. Clayton. Microphone.
I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzo.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Page 6, item 11, case number CE 200-15645. This case was pulled per staff as of August 10th. Page 7, item 14, case number CE 200-17850. This case complied as of April 16th. Page 9, item 17, case number CE 200-17103. This case complied as of August 23rd. Item 18, case number CE 200-17718. This case complied as of August 17th. Page 10, item 20, case number CE 200-16722, James Douglas Bailey. We have service and no one is present. And there was a letter submitted by a complainant. Do you have that letter?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, officer.
Code Enforcement Officer Rick Garcia. Case number CE 200-16722. Property in question is located at 413 East Lutz Lake Fern Road, Lutz, Florida 33549. The owner is James Bailey. Property is not in foreclosure. At this time, I believe it's vacant as the owner moved next door.
They moved next door. Is that what he said?
I'm sorry.
You said they moved next door?
Across the street.
So they're the owner of this property and they just moved?
He's moved across the street. The property is still owned by him.
Okay, no problem.
All right. The property was first inspected on 11/5 of 20. I responded with the sheriff's office on a well-being check. At that time, I identified the following violations: accumulations, overgrowth, sanitary conditions. There was an RV hooked up in the back, and there was a possible setback violation. The setback violation couldn't be determined, so that was taken off. The RV hookup was complied. The accumulations remain, and the unsanitary conditions remain. The overgrowth was initially complied, but has since returned. Have not been in contact with the property owner. I conducted my final inspection on 8/12/21. The photos depict my last inspection. This property has been ongoing issue for the past few years. This is the culmination of numerous complaints in the neighborhood regarding this property.
Okay.
Yeah, question to Mr. Garcia. Is that a health condition with the sanitary conditions? I read the memo here from Teresa.
And she's present, sir.
That's what?
Oh, she is. Okay. I can't see. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can you state your name for the record?
It's Teresa Johnson.
And you cannot provide your address?
No, ma'am. Confidentiality, Florida State statute.
Thank you. Go ahead with your testimony.
Go ahead.
This is, and I'll be brief. First off, I wanted to thank Rick Garcia and the Sheriff's Office Homeless Coalition for all their assistance. This has been an ongoing issue going back to 2013, 2014. If you look at case files from your agency, the Sheriff's Office, and other agencies, this property is in very disrepair. The thing that I wish that you folks could visualize and is the odor, the sanitary conditions, the putrid odor, the cat feces, et cetera, et cetera. I live at the dead end of Calero Lane. There's residents on Calero Lane, on East Loose Lake Fern Road, and on Fifth Avenue who have made multiple complaints to multiple agencies. We're asking for some type of relief. Reference this property.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the only thing I can address here, I see with the memo or email that you sent, and the only thing we really can concern ourselves with is what the code officer has written as violation, and that's accumulation, overgrowth, and sanitary conditions. But having said that, I would 7 days to come in compliance, and compliance not achieved by that time, fine $200 a day, be assessed. Sorry.
Try not to brush the paper. It's picking up.
Oh, paper, okay. All right, I grant 7 days to come in compliance, compliance not achieved by that time, fine of $200 per day, be assessed.
Do we have a second? There's no second. It'll go to Mr. Lorenzen.
I grant 7 days to come into compliance, and compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 per day be assessed.
I'll second Urbaniak.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Roll call, please.
Bordenaro,
Yes.
Versilla,
No.
Clayton,
Yes.
Lorenzen,
Yes.
Urbaniak.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-1. Mr. Versilla voted no.
You got it.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Next case is on page 11, item 21, case number CE 200-16348, Catherine Jean Baptiste. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon. Armando Gutierrez, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case was initially inspected on October 2020. They originally had 6 violations. 4 of them came into compliance, and we still have 2 left, which is the fence and inoperable vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions? All right, Mr. Evanke, would you like to make your motion?
Microphone. Microphone.
will grant 7 days to come into compliance. If compliance not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 a day be established.
Second, Lorenzen.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Mr. Vassillo opposes?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Next case is item 22 on page 11, case number CE 200-16528, Prestige Investment Properties Group, LLC, and we have service and no one is present.
Armando Gutierrez, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case was initially inspected in 11 of 2020. It still remains. Last inspection was August 19, 2021, and we still have the fence and overgrowth issues, violations.
Board members, any questions? Ms. Clay? Microphone.
I grant 7 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that time, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second Urbaniak.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Mr. Vassillo opposes. Motion carries. Next case.
Page 13, item 25, case number CE 200-16295, Andrea Marie Diaz. We have service and no one is present.
Go ahead, officer.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Mike Smoke, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement, and this is in reference to case number CE 200-16295, address of 9625 Orange Grove Drive, Tampa, Florida 33618, property zoned RSC 6. On 10/30 of 2020, initial site inspection was performed in response to a citizen's complaint of overgrowth and an unfinished wooden structure taking up most of the backyard of the property. The inspection confirmed both violations, overgrowth. There was also a frame, base or frame for what appeared to be either a deck or an accessory structure, I couldn't tell which, in the backyard. And it was noted that this frame butted up against the chain link fence in both the rear yard and side yard. There was maybe an inch between the two, and never was able to talk with the homeowner, and ultimately cited the property for accessory structure setbacks and also for the overgrowth. The overgrowth was complied in a later inspection on, I believe it was November the 24th of 2020. But as of July 1st of this year, the accessory structure still remains and still is in violation of the setback.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Mr. Vassillo?
Are we showing pictures anymore, or should we stop?
You were getting a little grouchy, so I stopped showing them.
The hell is it? Officer, how much time would you give them? Officer?
Oh, the initial Oh. 60
How much
days?
time will you give them to correct the situation?
Six, 60 days is fine.
Okay, I grant 60 days, $200 per day.
Urbaniak will second. Aye.
Motion carries. Next case, please.
Page 14, item 27, case number CE 200-17335. This case complied as of August 25th. Item 28, case number CE 200-17491. This case complied as of August 25th. Page 16, item 31, case number CE 200-10461. Heath Guido and Derek Finger, and we have service and no one is present.
Donald K. Bowling, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case began on 7/10/2020. The property has been mowed prior. I believe there were two previous cases, at least one previous case that was complied. There are 5 total visits. The violation is overgrowth, and this was a posting.
Okay.
I grant 7 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
All right, second.
Urbaniak, second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Page 17, item 35, case number CE 21010205. This case complied as of August 18th. Page 21, item 42, case number CE 200-10801. Paul E. Flowers and Dwayne A. Flowers. We have service and no one is present.
Officer, go ahead.
Joshua Steen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property was first inspected, the property at 5201 Bogdanoff Drive, Heffernan, Florida 33584 on July 16th, 2020. At the time of the inspection, the property was tenant occupied, not in foreclosure. My inspection was on 17th of August, 2021, and inoperable vehicles still remain. This pickup truck here in the front and that car that's covered with weeds and missing windows in the backyard.
Okay. Board members, any questions?
Board Member Urbaniak, I grant 7 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that day, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
What was the fine?
$250 a day,
$250.
7 days.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Page 21, item 43, case number CE 200-15065. This case was pulled per staff as of August 18th. Page 22, item 44, case number CE 200-15900. This case complied as of August 25th. Item 45, case number CE 200-16731. Anas Ayish. We have service and no one is present.
Joshua Steen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I first inspected the property located at 13821 North 37th Street, Tampa, Florida 33613 on November 5th, 2020, from a complaint of the adjacent property. This was after the tropical storm. A tree had collapsed onto the adjacent property. At the time of the inspection, the property was vacant and not in foreclosure. I re-inspected, I took these pictures on the 26th of August, 2021. The property is occupied now, and I wasn't able to get into the backyard to get you better photos. What you're looking at, there is a dead tree in there that is leaning over the adjacent property. and it needs to be removed. It's the remainder of the tree that collapsed. I've been in
Okay.
contact with the property owner a number of times and explained to him exactly what had to be done. And he told me a number of times that he would have somebody over there to cut it down, and it still hasn't been removed.
Okay. Mike?
I grant 14 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Page 23, item 46, case number CE 200-17540, Edna Barker. We have service. Oh, no, this is no service. So this case is pulled for lack of service. Page 24, item 48, case number CE 200-16050. This case complied as of August 26th, and that concludes our agenda.
Okay, unless any of the board members wish to speak about anything? No, we're adjourned.